There are 4 stages involved in launching a ballistic missile. The first one is the boost stage. It starts at the point the missile is launched and ends after all the rocket fuel is burned and the missile is propelled into the exosphere. The next stage is the post-boost stage. It starts after all the fuel is burned and ends after the re-entry vehicle is ejected. Next is the intermediate course stage. It takes place after the re-entry vehicle is ejected and lasts until the missile enters the exosphere. Then comes the final stage. It starts when the re-entry vehicle enters the exosphere, and it lasts until it reaches its ultimate target on the ground. Missile defense systems use military satellites to detect rocket emissions during the initial boost stage of a missile. But this new nuclear weapon employs the railgun's ability to fire projectiles at ultra-high velocities instead of using a rocket. That's why it can't be detected by today's missile defense systems. And on top of that, the re-entry vehicle also uses stealth technology. It's so accurate that its 50% zone comes close to 50 meters. That's as good as the best ICBM.
A highly accurate, undetectable, uninterceptable nuclear weapon. We wouldn't even be able to tell where it came from.
And that's not all. A standard ballistic missile uses a 2-stage or a 3-stage solid fuel rocket for its propulsion system. Besides costing lots of money, safely maintaining the solid rocket fuel and readying the missile for launch requires a lot of work. But a railgun-launched nuclear warhead avoids all of those problems. And it's cheap, too.
It's the perfect nuke. A general's dream.
And the world's nightmare.
Yes, yes. What is going on, everybody? Welcome into the stream. Don't mind me, just finalizing my go live posts, etc, etc. How are we all doing? It's good to see you. How was your weekend? What did you get up to? Tell me everything. Alright, just putting a link there to my stream on Instagram. Still in pain, can barely walk after attempted exercise on Friday. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, great work. Just glad it isn't so warm anymore. You and me too. You and me too, Vord. Yeah, that's great stuff. I'm glad to hear it. I too have been exercising after a long time of not exercising. But that's due to my, you know, my blessings in health in getting better. Alright, I'm about done. Let's start the stream. Let's go. Let's start the show. Reading Children of Dune because I'm a huge lore nerd and I have a thing, a new thing to correct people on with Dune Awakening, bringing new people into the franchise. Yeah, that sounds proper nerdy, but no judgment here. I spent most of the weekend playing Elden Ring. And yesterday introduced my two friends, Rosie and Rosie. Rosie 1 and Rosie 2. Literally, and their housemates as well, which is crazy. You know, and they were they're friends before they knew me, kind of thing. It's real. This is a real story. Introduced them to my favorite film, probably one of my favorite films of all time, Tetsuo the Iron Man. Just such a great movie, like proper good analogy for queerness in there. Might make a video on that in the future, not entirely sure, but we shall see. It'd be a great one to do a video on, to be honest. It would be a great one. So I did that. I played a bit of Elden Ring. Like I said, I did a couple of chores here and there. Got some stuff done. Like I said, I've been exercising. So went to the gym. Feeling good about that. Didn't get a chance to go to the gym today, but that's fine. I got the job center tomorrow, and I will do a workout cycling to the job center, as that is how that is. And also I went out and did some shopping today, so that's definitely going to be a whole thing, a whole bunch of exercise. Who do we got in the chat, by the way? Let's say hi to exactly everyone that is good enough and based enough to be in this chat from the moment that I hit go live. We got Ninny161. How you doing? Cup of Thoughts. How are you? Middle Earth Marxist. Hell yeah. We got B-Rat. We got Vord. It's great to see everybody. Yeah. Good to see you all in the chat. Naptaker. Hey, how's it going? Good to see you. Washing machine is on the blink and unwell. Kitty, some crap going on lately, but nice to find distractions. My wife is on summer holiday. Been so looking forward to it. I'm sorry to hear about your kitty. That's really stressful. That's really stressful. Yeah. Sending you lots of love. Doing exercise for the both of us. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. But I will be doing that at some point. Don't worry. I'm happy to carry everybody in the chat. I'm happy to do it. Trying to think what else did I get up to last week. I mean, there's just been so much that's happened news-wise. I've been doing pretty good in terms of like I did my first full week back of streaming yesterday. You know, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, there was a stream every day, right? Did it every single day that I'm supposed to do it on my schedule. And I did Red Planet last night, even though our guest pulled out at the last minute. So, you know, I've done a full week of content creation, not just streaming, but also like making videos, making little like Instagram slides, making Instagram reels, TikToks, etc. You know, it was my first proper week back last week. So I think that it was good that I did like nothing like Friday, Saturday, and Sunday daytime. I just think that was like a good shout. But yeah, so much stuff has happened. Sup Mule chat attempted a ninja jump off my 5-foot deck last Wednesday. Misread the winds. 3-part compound fracture in my ankle. Been invalid and on oxycodones since Thursday. Major surgery tomorrow. Drive fast, take chances, don't. Husker, what the hell, dude? Husker, what the fuck? That's crazy. I hope you get better soon. Yeah, what the hell? Oh my god, well I'm glad that we can be here today to get you through it, you know? That's what it's all about. A ninja jump off your 5-foot deck. A ninja jump. What do you mean? What do you mean ninja jump? What does that mean? Break it down for me, dude. I'm not intelligent. Yeah? I've got wisdom, but no intelligence. You know what I'm saying? Elon Stinks, how you doing? I don't know all the exact mechanisms that exist, but are we supposed to make any connection here between Trump admin makes massive cuts to weather staff and deadliest flood of the past century? Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's crazy how those two things are definitely unrelated. Welcome in, Elon Stinks. Good to see you. Yeah, we're going to be covering that in a hot minute. Hey, Morrigan, good to see you. Husker doing too much parkour. That's crazy parkour, dude. The stairs would have taken me 30 seconds longer and I had to turn off a water spigot, so I thought jumping would look cooler. I'd pulled it off plenty of times in my youth. So just a normal jump? Was it just a normal jump? Is that what you're saying to me? You just like jumped regularly. It wasn't a ninja jump. You just like jumped off. See, this is the benefit. It sounds cooler if I say ninja jump. This is the benefit. This is the benefit of doing exercise, everybody. If you do regular exercise, if the time comes when you need to do a ninja jump, your bones and your muscles and your tendons and all that shit are going to be ready and primed. So that if you do that ninja jump, which is just a regular jump, you will be ready. You'll be ready to do it. That's the benefit of it. But there you go. You'll get better soon, Husker. I guarantee it. And you'll be ready to ninja jump another day. I'm very glad it wasn't worse. To be honest, it could have been worse. I know that 5 foot doesn't sound like a lot, chat, but that's like a whole person's height. And you can like fall funny and do some daft shit to yourself if you're not careful. I don't think the amount of rain would have changed. I mean, it could do. It could do. We're in the climate extinction accelerationist future, aren't we? So could be. Could be. I'm 5 foot exactly right. See, there you go. That's a whole person's length. A whole person's height, even, not length. Get your mind out of the gutter. What else do I got for you? I'm trying to think. I know that something crazy happened. No, maybe it didn't. Maybe I didn't do anything. Maybe I literally did just play Elden Ring all weekend. And obviously I saw my friends. We didn't just watch Tetsuo the Iron Man, by the way. That was something that I enforced upon my friends. I forced them to watch. It was like I've got a Clockwork Orange machine. I strapped them in. I was like, right, watch it. And we did actually watch Ring, the Japanese version of Ring, the original. And it's crazy, actually, like how unscary that film is nowadays. Like, there's a few jump scares. It was funny because my two friends, Rosie and Rosie, were getting jump scared. Like, I don't tend to, like, react too much to jump scares, and I don't know why that is. I think I'm just, like, immune to them or whatever. But Rosie and Rosie, like, there's this bit where they're in the well and they're looking for Sadaka, who's, like, the ring girl, the nightmare hallucination demon, sleep paralysis demon. And they're looking for her body, and, like, the main lady, I can't remember her name. What's her name? Asakawa? Yeah, Asakawa or something. She puts her arm in and like, a hand just, like, comes out. And there isn't even really, like, a loud noise or anything. Hand just comes out and, like, grabs her. And fucking Rosie and Rosie were like, oh! I was just like, yeah, that's spooky. It is spooky. I'm not saying it's not spooky, but... And I'm also not trying to be like an overly macho man or anything. I'm not that kind of guy, you know? They're trying to ban cloud seeding, so the only way to reduce catastrophic flooding is also going to go away in the US. So is cloud seeding good? Bad? I heard that cloud seeding was bad. Isn't that shit gonna like fuck up the ozone layer or some shit? Can kind of relax my reflexes when watching horror movies. I don't really react to them. Yeah. Wild West D&D game Friday. That sounds fun. Okay, chat. Listen, you know, I've been chatting rubbish for a bit now. About maybe not 20 minutes, maybe like 10 minutes or so. I don't know. But I've been chatting rubbish for about that amount of time. And we got so much news to get through. It's crazy. It's so crazy how much news we got to get through. First thing that we are going to have a look at is the renewed Gaza Ceasefire talks. So we got a awful source straight away. We got the BBC. We're going to go straight in with the BBC bullshit. We got here, Netanyahu visits US as Trump puts pressure to agree to Gaza ceasefire deal. I'm like, who wrote this headline, dude? As Trump puts pressure. Like, you could have put Trump puts the pressure on, or, I mean, who are we kidding? It's the BBC. What can we expect? After 21 months of war, it's not war, it's a genocide. There's growing hopes of a new Gaza ceasefire announcement as Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu meets US President Donald Trump in Washington. Trump previously told reporters he'd been very firm with Netanyahu about ending the conflict and that he thought, we'll have a deal this week. I want everybody to cast their minds back to the previous administration. If you can, just for a minute. Do you remember? Because you should remember. Because it's hard. It's hard to engage our brains in this way because we have such a fucking insane news cycle nowadays. But this is exactly what Joe Biden was saying. This is exactly what the reports of the Joe Biden administration talking with Netanyahu were. They were like, he's been very firm with Netanyahu. Oh, he's yelling about him on the phone. He's saying really nasty words. He called him a poo-poo head. It's all just nonsense, isn't it? It's all just ridiculous. We're working to achieve a deal that has been discussed under the conditions we've agreed, the veteran Israeli PM said before boarding his plane. I believe the conversation with President Trump can definitely help advance this outcome, which we all hope for. Indirect talks between Israel and Hamas on a US-sponsored proposal for a 60-day ceasefire and hostage release deal resumed in Qatar on Sunday evening. However, it is unclear whether the key differences that have consistently held up an agreement can be overcome. The only cautious optimism is being expressed by weary Palestinians living in dire conditions amid continuing daily Israeli bombardment and the distressed families of Israeli hostages still held by Hamas. Shut the fuck up, dude. Swear to God. Like, I don't care about these people even a little bit. Even a little bit. Hey, Sorka. Good to see you. Wait, what? Interesting fact, the original Ringu novel Sadako was intersex and was killed in a trans panic type scenario and thrown down the well. What the fuck? I didn't know that. That's crazy. I'm gonna have to read that. Yeah, that was an interesting fact. Thank you, Morrigan. Anyway, where are we up to? B-Rat says, if Reagan could interrupt the bombing of Beirut with one phone call, both Biden and Trump could get him to do a real ceasefire. Yeah, this is what we know. This is what we know. Yeah, veteran Israeli PM. Do you think that they're just like referring to the fact that he was in the IDF? He's definitely killed Palestinian babies. Is that what they're referring to? What a world we live in, folks. What a world we live in, where in order to be called a veteran, all you have to do is be in charge of a concentration camp and shoot a baby with a sniper rifle. That's all you have to do. And then you're a veteran. You've been in a war. A scary war. Scary, evil war. You know? any number of positive adjectives. Could be to do with that. Already, we got the Rob raid. Already, straight in. Robbers, welcome in. You've joined us at an opportune moment, i.e. I've literally just started the stream. How are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you so much. Rob Rousseau. He is from Canada. He is from the land of Quebec. How you doing, Rob? It's good to see you, dude. Thanks so much for the raid. If you don't know Rob, which you should do, go follow him. He's a great guy. If you like my politics, you like my streams, you're gonna like his streams, you're gonna like his politics. Le Canada. This is appropriate because he was doing your accent. I knew it. See, that's the thing, PM Triox. I knew he was doing that. I knew it. Even if he wasn't thinking about raiding me, yeah, I know for a fucking fact that Rob Rousseau would have done a little bit of a British accent. A tiny bit of a British accent at one point in his stream, because he was probably covering Nightmare Turf Island news. If you're joining me from Rob Rousseau's stream and you don't know me already, welcome in. My name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer. I've done organising over the last 3 years. I used to be the chair of Greater Manchester Tenants Union. I used to do member solidarity, eviction resistances, all that kind of stuff, housing activist. Sorry about the fucking cops. We live in a police state here in the UK. You know, here we go. What else do you need to know about me? I got all kinds of socials. If you aren't following me on my socials, go and check out my socials. I got YouTube channels. I got all kinds of business. I got Twitch Clips channel. I got a main channel. I got fucking Instagram. All that nonsense. So, yeah, that's me. And we literally just started the stream. You know, I've been live for about 15 minutes or so. So, you're in right at the right time, where we're just covering probably everything that Rob's already covered. But you get to hear it with a British voice instead of a Canadian voice, eh? Take off, you hoser. Take off, you hoser. He doesn't talk anything like that, does he? But to be fair, when he does my accent, I don't talk anything like that. Welcome everybody. Comrade Social Distancing, Kira V, Joe 1, PM Triox, Bonbon C3BO, Waldos 53, and I think that's it. Dr. Maggot as well. Hello. Sacre Bleu, Baguette. He did the whole I never look when I pour my sauce babosh bit. What the fuck is that? What are you talking about? What are you on about? I never look when I pour my gravy? Chat, there are so many cops. What the fuck is happening? They found a grandma with a sign. They found another grandma with a sign, everyone. I don't know if you heard all the fucking cops then. That must have been fucking 10 fucking squad cars. Not part of the tune, even though it is a drum and bass standard. I still can't follow you. What are you on about? You can't follow me? What do you mean? What do you mean, Kiravi? On what? On Twitch? Yeah, an old lady says she supports a terrorist organization. Round up all these terrorist grannies. Everything's terrorist. Everything's terrorist. If I click the button, it changes back to follow. Doesn't work. That happens to me more often. Wait, are you not... Does that not just mean that you're, like, unfollowing me? And following me? I can't follow on the Babosh thing, but that's a bit different. Is the title clickbait, or is it really a news? Wait, what? Which part of the title? All the parts of the title are definitely news that is happening at the moment. There's not there hasn't been a ceasefire, if that's what you're saying. Is it Natty? 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 Twitch is limiting the subversiveness I can follow. No, there's not been a ceasefire. No, it's, I'm sorry if that's a misleading title. Hold up, let me see what I put. What did I put? It says Gaza Ceasefire talks. Come on, man, read the whole thing. It says Gaza Ceasefire talks, not Gaza Ceasefire. Come on. Need you to just do a bit of reading. Yes. Okay. You like said yes and then spelt your name exactly as it is. In your username? that's not confirmed it for me, I'm afraid, my friend. SS Penetration, welcome in. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Had to use the mobile app to follow lately. Okay, yeah, give that a go. Give that a go. Give that a go. Right, okay, listen. That's actually what we're talking about. We're actually talking about the ceasefire talks. Second thought, posted a video about this thing and then your title. I thought maybe there is a news. Well, listen, we're going to go through it. So let's go through it all together, yeah? That's what we were just doing just before I got raided. So yeah, this is what it is. Netanyahu has visited the US as Trump is putting pressure on him to agree to a Gaza ceasefire deal. This is, of course, the BBC. This is the mouthpiece of the empire, so there's no need to believe. Natty is in Natty Dread. Great. Thank you for the clarification, Natty. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Netanyahu found out Trump's toadies accidentally agreed to Hamas's reasonable conditions, so Bibi had to swoop in and sabotage. Is that actually what's happened? What do we got here? What do we got here? I don't wish for a truce, but a complete stop to all war. Frankly, I'm afraid that after 60 days, the war would restart again, says Nabil Abudaya, who fled from Beit Lahia in northern Gaza to Gaza City with his children and grandchildren. We got so tired of displacement. We got tired of thirst and hunger from living in tents when it comes to life necessities. We have zero. On Saturday evening, large rallies took place urging Israel's government to seal a deal to return some 50 hostages from Gaza, up to 20 of whom are believed to be alive. Again, like, the reporting on this stuff is cringe. It very well may be that some sections of Israeli society are going, hey, guess what? It is shit that we don't have our hostages back. But that doesn't mean that they care about the civilians of Gaza. They don't care about Palestinians. They want them to all be gone. They still want that. You know, seal a deal to return the hostages is not, like, the same as, you know, it's just not going to be the same as what we think it would be. You know, Mule, I'm sorry, but if anyone knows how the brains become exponentially more fried for younger generations, it's you. Misleading titles going to be on you, mate. Okay. You're right. You're right. I should be held accountable for my misleading titles. It's true. It's true. Some relatives question whether the framework deal will not free all captives immediately. How does one survive under such conditions? I'm waiting for Evyatar to return and tell me himself, said Eli David, whose younger brother, a musician, was filmed by Hamas in torment as he watched fellow hostages being released earlier this year during the last 2-month-long ceasefire. Like, again, like the framing here, filmed by Hamas in torment as he watched the fellow hostages being released earlier this year. Yeah, because that's literally Israel's fault. If they wanted Israel, you know, could just be like, all right, here's all the Palestinian prisoners and we'll withdraw the troops. And then all the hostages would come home. You know, and they're still just like, nah, just kill every Palestinian ever. Copper Thought says Iran is kicking out Afghan refugees because they could be Israeli spies. It's gross and insane. What's that got to do with anything? What are you talking about? You got a link to that, Copper Thoughts? In the rapidly changing reality of the Middle East, this is the moment to sign a comprehensive agreement that will lead to the release of all the hostages, every single one without exception. What? Is this AI? Make Israel great again. Trump, no selection. Is this AI? What's going on? Israelis are not like... They're not like beating the allegations that they have like the worst art taste ever. There just ain't no way. Everything here just looks like the worst shit ever. Anyway. Netanyahu is visiting the White House for a third time since Trump returned to power nearly 6 months ago, but the leaders will be meeting for the first time since the US joined Israeli attacks on Iranian nuclear sites and then brokered a ceasefire deal between Israel and Iran. There's a strong sense that the recent... I mean, what is this? I fucking hate the BBC so much. I fucking hate the BBC so much. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy. Like, chat, if you don't have a TV that is, like, plugged into the wall with, like, the coax cable, just fucking cancel your fucking TV license. Like, all you are doing is funding this bullshit nightmare propaganda tool of the empire. There is nothing good that the BBC reports nowadays. They rage baiting you, man. Don't read BBC. That right? Listen. Look at what I'm doing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting mad. Yes, I'm getting mad. But my job as someone who is covering the news from an unbiased perspective. In fact, no, fuck it. From a biased perspective, because I am biased, because I'm left wing, right? I am, of course, gonna read through this and be like, hey, this is why you should not believe this stuff. This is why this framing is bad, right? I'm going to pick through the news and I'm going to be like, here is the wording of empire, because it's important that we do that. It reminds people how to do critical thinking. That's why I do what I do here on Twitch, you know. I'm going to continue to read the BBC in the same way that I'm going to continue to read the Israeli papers, Haaretz, in the same way I'm going to continue to read Fox, in the same way I'm going to... You know what I mean? You have to read the propaganda of the other side to understand how they are twisting the words and how they are manipulating other people, so that then you can speak to other people, we can speak to other people and go, oh, listen, this is why this is the way that it is. This is why you believe that, because you've been manipulated, and you've been manipulated in this way. And actually the real problem is the fact that you can't afford your fucking shopping, you can't afford your rent, you can't afford this, yada yada yada. That's kind of what I'm about. All right, let's take a look at this. What is this? A YouTube short.
Iran has forced hundreds of thousands of Afghan refugees to leave. This follows Tehran's July 6 deadline for over 4 million undocumented Afghans to leave or face arrest.
This week, when I was there over the last few days, we begin to see on the average more than 20,000 returnees.
You're bringing this up because Afghanistan refugees are being added to suffer too from paranoia because of Israel's bullshit. Yeah. I'm glad that that's how you're framing it, because like obviously I'm always concerned when people are like Iran bad. Like, and that is the right way to understand why this is happening. Like, and if it isn't happening, you know, if it isn't happening because they're scared of Israeli spies or whatever amongst the Afghani refugee population, then there's, you know, the way, like, literally trying to be like, oh, this is an evil country that's doing evil, horrible things, when they are the target of empire at this current point, and we are sat in the empire, we're sat here comfortable, you know, not having to worry about being bombed or shit like that. You know, they're calling, you know, people who support Palestine terrorists now and shit like that, of course. But, you know, we're still very, very privileged and very, very lucky. Yeah, exactly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Just makes sense, right? Doesn't it? You know, okay. So, anyway. All right. So that's the BBC article. Now, here's what's happening in the background we've got Haaretz here, which is the liberal Zionist news in Israel. Defense Minister Israel Katz says Israel plans to concentrate all Gaza's population in humanitarian zone built on Rafah's ruins. Concentrate all Gaza's population. That's apparently, according to recent sources, 1.7 million people in a humanitarian zone. Do you trust the Israelis to build a humanitarian zone? What do you think when you hear humanitarian zone from the mouthpiece of Israel? Yeah, like a camp. Hey, Mr. Dank. Yeah, wonder where they got that idea. Yeah, the last solution for their Gaza problem. Sounds like an interesting zone. A zone of interest, yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, well, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they import some fucking alligators from the US. I would not be surprised. Yeah, man, don't take a shower in this fucking gaff, you know? And that is exactly where we're at, you know what I mean? And like, how much longer do we have to endure this? How much longer do the people of Gaza have to endure this? How much longer before people turn around and go, actually, no, we need to do something about this. This has to stop. This has to stop. You know, again, the same thing that happened. You know, I think about Keir Starmer's government, and I think about Neville Chamberlain, who was the prime minister at the time of Hitler's rise to power in the 30s, the 40s, last century, and he did a policy of appeasement, right? And appeasement was basically there to make sure that Hitler didn't go sicko mode on any other countries near Britain or Britain itself, right? Because obviously they were like well aware that the Nazi party and Hitler and Germans in general at that time were just like crazy and wanted to like fight everybody because of just how the population was misguided and had their consent manufactured to believe that all the problems in the world were from Jews, all the problems in the world were from communists, and what's more, the alliance of allied states who brought them down in World War I. And that is exactly what Keir Starmer is doing with Israel today. He's doing everything he can to stop Israel from, look, if the UK recognised the state of Palestine, Mossad would be in everybody's ass straight away. Everybody's gaff. Keir Starmer's gaff, etc., etc. I think it's more cynical than that nowadays, unfortunately, because, of course, he loves money, he loves gifts, he's getting, hundreds of thousands of pounds from the Israel lobby, Labour Friends of Israel, Yvette Cooper the same, and, this is where we're at. It's just like, oh yeah, you got this belligerent, horrible power in the region that is like, just like wanting to, just like fucking bomb everyone, and we're gonna get onto that in a minute. And you're just being like, yeah, no, it's fine. We should support them. It's good that we're supporting them, actually. 100 plus dead every fucking day. Yeah. 150 bombs are dropped a day on Gaza every day at the minute. A call of the masses, blood money for the corporations that seem to be more in control of lobbyists than politicians for a while now. It's not a concentration camp, it's just an area you're not allowed to leave, which is primarily outside with a large concentration of people. Oh. They don't fear Zionism, they are Zionists. I think every Zionist fears Zionism. I think it's the same. I think that deep down, they know that if they were to ever, like, it's kind of like, if you think about it like this, it is easier, right? You will make an easier life for yourself if you are in a community of people who think this way, to just agree with them. If you go, I think this is bad, you're going to get attacked, you're going to get punched, you might even get assassinated, you might get put in prison. It's a culture of fear, and that's how fascism works. Like, fascism is like, believe this or we will kill you. That's how it works. It's assimilation. Like, you're not allowed to think anything else. And I do believe that there's some people who believe the things that they do, and they carry and they go along with what Zionism does out of fear. I do truly believe that. It doesn't make them good people, and I'm not making excuses for them. I think that they're the height of cowardice. I think that if something like this is happening and you don't stand up and do or say anything, it is the height of cowardice, especially if you're not in that place where it's happening. If you're not in that occupying territory, the occupied territories where people like this that I'm talking about are. But that's just my take. So we got Middle East Monitor here. Again, I'm not like crazy on this particular news source, but it seems to be like not as biased as some places. First round of Hamas-Israel ceasefire talks in Qatar ends without progress. The first round of indirect ceasefire talks between Hamas and Israel in Qatar ended without a deal, according to two informed Palestinian sources who spoke to Reuters early on Monday. Sources stated that the Israeli delegation did not have sufficient authorization to reach an agreement with Hamas. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is currently on his way to Washington to meet Donald Trump, said late on Saturday that Hamas's latest demands are unacceptable to Israel. What do you think Hamas's latest demands are, chat? So this wasn't today. The ceasefire talks are happening again today, or have resumed today and potentially not gotten anywhere. There's nothing else about this here. I wonder, Hamas proposal ceasefire. They were ordered not to reach an agreement. Yeah, probably. Details emerge on Gaza ceasefire proposals. Netanyahu heads to the White House. Plan calls for a 60-day ceasefire. 20 hostages that were alive, 30 dead. Israeli negotiations. Previous Palestinian prisoners would be released in exchange for, but the number is not yet agreed upon. The proposal stops short of guaranteeing a permanent end to the war. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you were right, Morrigan. Yeah, stop murdering our people. The proposal stops short of guaranteeing a permanent end to the war, a condition demanded by Hamas. And look, chat. The reality of the situation on the ground remains to be that Hamas, Al-Qassam, Sarai al-Quds, Hamas has been, if we're talking about Hamas, the municipal authority of Gaza, you are, a lot of the infrastructure of Gaza has been completely destroyed. We know this, hospitals, municipal, civil servant kind of stuff, like fucking people trying to take out trash or move rubble or rescue teams and stuff like that. It's been absolutely battered to fuck. When it comes to Al-Qassam and Sarai al-Quds, the military wing, and also the other organizations that are part of those military wings, they have 40,000 troops. That is the same amount of troops that they had at the start of this recent wave of genocide in October 2023. So, they are not making any gains against the military wing of Hamas in Gaza. If you ever want to get updates on this, I'll always recommend Electronic Intifada. That was crap. Hang on a minute. Electronic Intifada. I don't know why Google has this shit like this. You will get much better sources, much better information about what's going on the ground, and video is always good. Live stream segments, these are all on YouTube. You can get them on YouTube. Inside the Battle of Khan Yunis, this is crazy. We can watch a little bit of this.
You are watching and listening to the Electronic Intifada.
There's about 40 minutes of this.
The Resistance Report. report for day 6.
But these are the updates on what has happened recently. So we'll go through like a bunch of this stuff. This first part of the video is just John talking about like, you know, this is like these are like presses and information's released into Gaza amongst the population from the IOF. You know, saying like these are now the safe zones, right? Where anywhere that's not red, these are the safe zones. And you can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to herd the population into the south. That's essentially what's going down. This is going to be kind of like the ideal area that they get everybody to move to. That's what they're aiming for. This is near Rafah down here. And that's what they're trying to do. So, this is just kind of like talking about this stuff, and then you've got some of these actions, and like this is stuff that's just happening. You know, the tunnel stuff that Israel was trying to put out on Twitter, like, you know, the AI videos, the obviously doctored, complete bullshit CGI nonsense videos of like the huge facilities underneath hospitals and shit like that Hamas and Al-Qassam are operating in. They are obviously bullshit, but you know, Al-Qassam has a great amount of tunnel networks underneath Gaza.
You can see fighters here moving through the tunnel. This is carried out by the same unit. You see multiple Shawad in this tunnel. You see there.
The Shawab are like explosive devices that they have. And the Yassins are the rocket launchers that they have, which are like armor-piercing, penetrating
supply line
anti-tank
in Abasan
ammunition
on the eastern edge of Gaza. These fighters, a squad of 6 that we saw use the tunnel, is accessing this supply route through the tunnel and planting these Shawad EFPs, explosively formed penetrators. This is the most devastating weapon that the Qassam brigades have in their arsenal, built by hand. You can see the 2 Shawads on this footage. This is the commander watching on a car backup camera, and you can see the 2 Shawads there. You can see it very clearly there, and the tank drives past it and blurs it. And this is the commander commanding the operation from underground on the same closed lines that we have been talking about for 20 months, that have been upholding the foundation of the resistance communications and control, which has allowed the resistance to fight despite assassinations of their top leaders. They're able to fight. And this picture that you're looking at right now is a still. You can see the fighters moving through the tunnel, holding the Shawad with you. The next one, you can see the commander on the closed line, and he says we need to hit them both at the same time so that neither of the Namr troop carriers get away. We'll need Shawad explosive devices for the first APC in this area. 2 charges.
Okay, so he's getting a little bit mired in the details here, but what I'm trying to explain to you is these are all resistance operations that have happened since Israel and the IOF were basically like, yo, we're going to invade Gaza again, right? We're going to invade Gaza again. We're going to completely destroy everything. We're going to destroy Hamas. We're going to destroy Al-Qassam. We're going to do all this. They have not managed to do it. This is like a month after or 2 months after they said they were going to do this. And there are still resistance fighters that they cannot defeat. You know, the casualties in terms of, you know, Al-Qassam to IOF is drastically in favor of Al-Qassam and Sarai al-Quds. You know, this is just the reality of what's going on the ground there. Of course, the civilian population of Gaza is getting completely obliterated all the time, and it's fucking horrific. But, you know, if they think they are going to, like, end the resistance, they have got another thing coming. Like, it is a losing war, like the war that they're fighting Al-Qassam, not the genocide. They're losing that. Of course, they're succeeding in completely destroying and displacing the people of Gaza, but in terms of Al-Qassam and Sarai al-Quds, they are not making a dent in the resistance army. It's just crazy. And the reason that I bring that up is because, you know, Al-Qassam, Hamas, the municipal government of Gaza, you know, engaging in these ceasefire talks are essentially like, you know, look, we have the upper hand. our people are suffering greatly. We're losing so many people all the time. But in terms of the army, we have the upper hand, and we're not going to give it up. We're not going to give up this place. We want a permanent end to the war, even though they know that they could continue fighting, and they will continue fighting until the very last person, because that is just the kind of philosophy that those fighters have in Gaza. The IOF is still like, nah, we're not doing it, bro. We need to genocide every single person. Like, that is why they are refusing the ceasefire deal. That's the only reason. Hey, Chad Channington, how's it going? Sorka says, the documentary Channel 4 broadcast, I think, was fairly good at representing the relative normality of people in Gaza supporting Hamas, given the situation that they're in. I did hear some critiques of it. What are you talking about? The one, Doctors in Gaza, or whatever? I can't remember exactly what it is, but I know what you're talking about. People were watching it last week, and loads of people were like, yeah, it's pretty eye-opening, I heard some people criticizing it, but let's see this quick report from Democracy Now! We got Big Amy back on the stream. Everyone say hi, Big Amy. Trying to find food as a death sentence. Palestinian writer Mohammed Shahada on Gaza aid massacres. Let's hear this from Democracy Now!
democracynow.org. The War and Peace Report. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has announced he'll be coming to the U.S. next week to meet with President Trump and other officials in the administration. He says the meetings will discuss...
It's crazy that Channel 4 is being more, balanced than the BBC in it. That's crazy.
Capitalize on the success of the attack on Iran by Israel and the United States.
I speak in Hebrew now, so he's going to be saying the most depraved things that a person can say.
To travel next week to the United States for meetings with the President of the United States, Donald Trump, with Vice President Vance, with the Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor Marco Rubio, with the Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, with the President's envoy to the Middle East Steve Witkoff, and with the Secretary of Commerce. We have a few matters to finalize beforehand in order to reach a trade agreement, in addition to other issues. There will also be meetings with congressional and Senate leaders and security meetings, which I will not elaborate on here. These matters follow the great victory we achieved in Operation Kalavi. Capitalizing on success is no less important than achieving it.
Will Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, be talking also about Gaza? We're joined now by Mohammed Shahada, a writer and analyst from Gaza, a visiting fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. Thanks so much for being with us, Mohammed. Many have said that Israel's attack on Iran, that part of it was to distract from what's happening in Gaza, the intensification of the violence. Can you talk about what's happening there in the West Bank?
Thanks so much, Amy.
I think that's a particularly reductive opinion on what the Iran war was about. Again, it's I see Middle Earth Marxists there saying, hey, Amy, still don't like your October 7th spin. Yeah, fair enough. Democracy Now! Is not going to have 100% the best, most accurate takes still. They're possibly the most left-wing media in the US that isn't sort of an exclusively grassroots. I mean, Democracy Now! Used to be grassroots, right? It is technically grassroots in its origin, but it's not going to be the same as Breakthrough News or Declassified UK, these newer, more left-wing news sources that are reporting on this stuff. So it is an interesting framing that she's using here. She's like, oh yeah, the Iran-Israel war, that was to distract from what was happening in the West Bank. It's to distract from what was happening in Gaza. It's not true. Empire is what the Iran-Israel war was all about. Israel was helping, whether it knew it or not, it was helping the US achieve its goals in the Middle East, which is to, establish hegemony and dominance. And that includes a monopoly on oil production, which means that they can use that in leverage against countries, As soon as war became industrialized and people were using machine guns, heavy weaponry, heavy machine guns, vehicles, oil became the blood of war. It is the blood of war. And in order to be a imperialist dominant nation or empire, you have to control the blood of war. Otherwise the machines don't work, etc., etc., etc. you know?
For having me. Yes, precisely. I was in Brussels right before the Israeli attack on Iran, and Gaza became a very prominent headline there. There was so much momentum that European leaders couldn't escape away from it. They had to save face. And as soon as the attack on Iran happened, you can see them immediately having a giant moment of relief. They were delighted that Gaza would disappear from headlines, and they're very keen to keep it this way. Right now, the situation there, you basically...
Like, absolutely. They would have been happy that less people were talking about Gaza. 1,000%. But what they didn't expect was that more and more resistance operations would happen. 40 operations in 1 week happened while commando units were taken out of Gaza. So, you know, they use the sort of Sun Tzu military tactic: when they withdraw, we advance. And that's a lot of ground was gained in Gaza, in various different battlefields in Gaza as a result of that. And that's the thing to remember, is that, like, they are, like, you know, well aware that their goal, the IOF that is, their goal in Gaza is to destroy the civilian population, destroy any infrastructure which serves any kind of, you know, material need that the people have there. But, you know, when it comes to fighting Al-Qassam, they are just not winning.
Basically have Israel having lined up the entire population like ducks in less than a fifth of Gaza's area. They issued over 50
that's right,
evacuation orders since March 18th. The latest evacuation orders were issued to the most populated areas in Gaza City itself, the areas where there was some ability to maintain organized human life. And basically, Israel is asking them to evacuate to the very areas that have been evacuated already, to an area that is already under an evacuation order, Deir al-Balah and Zawaida. And basically, recently, an Israeli officer called an elderly Gazan, and he said, you have to evacuate now. We're issuing mass evacuation orders for your area. The old man responded with tears in his eyes, and he said, go ahead, bomb us. We have nowhere to go. We don't even have physical energy to run away. And he started to beg the Israeli officer, literally, he started to beg him to bomb them. He said, just let us rest, bomb us now. And then when the argument escalated, he started begging the officer for food. He said, if you're going to send planes here anyways, just let them drop any food on us so that we can get any energy to move from this area. And he started to plead with the officer and say,
Hey, Ninja Khan, yeah, that's absolutely right.
A lot of the people here around me used to work in your country. We built your country from scratch, and none of this worked. The conversation ended without having any sort of...
And it's also crazy because it's like, what do they think is going to happen if they do wipe out the entire population, the civilian population of Gaza, and all that is left is Al-Qassam and Sarai al-Quds, the military wing of Gaza? What do they think is going to happen when they try and build stuff there? They're not going to be able to build anything there. They're just going to keep meeting resistance fighters all over the place. And of course, that's because they, you know, the Zionist entity is so obsessed with murder, literally just obsessed with murdering Palestinians. All they can talk about is murdering Palestinians. That's all anyone talks about in the Knesset. It's all anyone talks about on the news. It's fucking crazy.
A humane,
it's a fucking sick fascist society.
And leave the area. The evacuation orders are there only as a pretext to allow Israel to carpet bomb, to indiscriminately bomb a whole area non-stop. So my colleagues on the ground have been saying that since last week, the intensity of the Israeli bombardment is the largest.
Also, chat, I've been live for about an hour. Please consider, if you have been watching and enjoying, please consider following the stream if you haven't already. That means that you will get notifications on when I go live and all that kind of stuff. And also, this is my full-time job. Please consider subbing off Twitch. If you use the link there, you can also hit me up with a sub here on Twitch. That is also appreciated. But if you do donate directly to my PayPal via the sub off Twitch command, that does mean that you can have benefits watching the stream. If we hit the halfway point of the monthly dono goal, I will be doing a gaming stream at the end of each week after we hit that goal. And if we hit the final goal, we will be doing a special stream, which will either be a DJ stream or a Trash Bingo stream, where I play like terrible, stupid games and we all have a laugh. So please consider doing that. If you aren't a fan of PayPal or Twitch, you can hit me up on Patreon. Go and subscribe to my Patreon. You get loads of different benefits relating to my YouTube channel there. And if you can't financially support me, don't worry. Head over to the Go Live tweets or the Go Live posts on Blue Sky or Twitter. Give them a retweet, a like, or comment underneath them and help them out in the algorithm. It doesn't matter if you have 0 followers. Every little helps, and it will attract more and more people to the stream, and some of those people might be financially able to support me. Also, go to my socials and check out all the different content that you can get on there. I got a Twitch clips channel, so if you want to see like little bits of my stream, little edits and stuff, you can check that out there.
They've ever seen in months. There's basically an airstrike every other minute. There's non-stop artillery fire, gunfire, machine gun fire, as well as Israeli quadcopter drones that are swarming Gaza and shooting people at random. In addition to what you see now with the rampant starvation, a single bag of wheat flour costs about $50. A single
$50
sugar costs about $35, and Israel allows a maximum of what would be the equivalent in the GHF sites. It's 20 trucks per day, which is the equivalent of 4 ounces of food, 125 grams of food per person per day, as the only thing. In any concentration camp in human history, people got more food than they do right now in Gaza. So that's the picture.
That's fucking crazy.
With the death trap being the cherry on top, Israel basically laying a mousetrap with fake cheese.
They're speed running a Holocaust. That's what's happening.
Sites to only get shot. It's now basically etched in the minds of everyone I know in Gaza that trying to find food is synonymous to death, especially for kids. They associate it immediately with the killing or the death of loved ones. So my close friend Ibrahim in Gaza City right now, he told me that whenever he tries to leave home to go look for food, his son starts to scream and kick and cry because he understands that leaving to try to find food is a death sentence, and he would rather that they starve than finding his own family being killed. But nonetheless, and that's the most depraved part of it, Amy, is that my friends and family on the ground tell me that once the starvation gets too severe, it dulls your senses. It sort of shuts down your brain. An empty stomach means an empty mind. And your basic survival instinct forces you to walk, to march like a zombie towards these distribution centers, only to get shot on the way. The chances of survival there are very slim. So the overall picture is just a genocide.
And I think like the important thing to take away from what he's saying there is that this is the culmination of 70 years of Israel doing this, the occupying Zionist entity doing this to Chazans in particular. Of course, they do similar things in the West Bank, the way that apartheid works in the West Bank, the occupied Palestinian territories. And Gaza in particular has been, it's famously known as the world's biggest open air prison, has been for, over 30 years, 40 years, literally ever since I was born. And the Zionist entity knows exactly how starvation works. It studies this stuff. When they're doing military developments and research and developments, they're not just doing military and research developments for fighting a war. They're doing military and research developments for doing a genocide. Like, they're researching this stuff. They're like, what does starvation make people do? Oh, it makes people fucking stupid. That means it'll be so much easier to kill them, right? What does desperation and hope do to people? Like, that's why they have quadcopter drones that are mimicking the sounds of women and children crying and screaming for help. Because then that means that people will go and look and try and help, people that they think are suffering. And they will then, essentially be shot. There's a Palestinian family in my city who just lost their niece a week ago in Gaza. They survived 20 months, and after all that, her dad put out a statement saying he was unable to afford the daily food bill just to survive. Her dad put out a statement on social media saying he basically had to watch his daughter starve to death. I can't fucking imagine. Yeah, it's why the only option is for anyone anywhere in the entire world to do anything that you can, obviously within the laws of where you are. I would never tell anyone to break the law. or do any terrorist activity. But you know, it is the duty of every single person everywhere to pressure your government, to pressure, you know, any kind of organization, company, or whatever that you are close to do everything that they can to stop this from happening, because it is simply the crime of the century. You know.
Mohammed Shahada, this carnage, this genocide is occurring while here in the United States, the Trump administration yesterday approved $510 million in additional arms sales to Israel. Your response to this continued U.S. financing of this killing?
Well, basically, at this rate, anyone that wants to know knows what's going on. You have a record number of Israeli experts, human rights experts, that are saying this is a genocide unfolding in Gaza. And Trump's only response has been twofold: to keep showering Israel with gifts, with weaponry, and at the same time to pretend that there is sort of, quote, a breakthrough, an imminent breakthrough in the ceasefire negotiations. Let me be clear, there is none.
This is the key. This is the key part of all of this. Ceasefire talks are happening. It doesn't matter. Like, again, like, let's go back to that article. I don't know how many fucking closed tabs I'm going to have to reopen. But that first... no, do you know what? I can just do this. I can just go Gaza Ceasefire talks. Go to the BBC article. You know, this language... you know... Trump previously told reporters he'd been very firm with Netanyahu about ending the conflict. He thought, we'll have a deal this week. Again, this is Joe Biden. This is the same shit that Joe Biden was saying, that Joe Biden's administration was reporting, like, oh, you know, we called him a naughty boy. He said he was a very naughty boy, that Netanyahu. Very, very naughty boy. And then continuing to give him millions and millions, billions of dollars every fucking month to do more genocide. You know, it's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. You know? Gotta finish work and leave. Don't let me chat. People are on. Yo, join us when you get home. And get home safe, Ninja Can. Don't watch streams in the car on your mobile when you're on the way home. Thanks for stopping by. Hi, Sophie. How you doing? Good to see you. Folks, go follow Sophie. She might start streaming again. Just do it. But that's the important thing to remember. That's the important thing to remember. Like, we just have to take it back every single time. This is why it's important. Like, when you see news about this stuff, it could be really, really heartening to, like, get a bit of hope and be like, oh, great, Gaza ceasefire talks are happening. But you got to look at the reality and the material reality of what is happening. Like, Trump is fucking lying. He's going to keep lying. Like, at what point is anyone, you know, are people going to realize that he's just fucking Hitler? You know, you got Hitler and Mussolini right now with, like, Trump and fucking Netanyahu. Like little peas in a pod together. They love that shit. Alligator Auschwitz. What's happening in Gaza? It's all part of the same machine. Thanks, Obama. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so yeah, that's the key thing to take away from this.
To begin with, Qatar yesterday announced there's no progress, there are no negotiations. Yeah. Hamas as well said there is nobody is reaching out to us to ask for negotiating a ceasefire or the release of Israeli captives.
Oh, really?
The mirage, the facade of negotiations.
Wait, what?
Nobody is reaching out to us to ask for negotiating a ceasefire.
They're not even approaching Hamas to ask for a ceasefire. It's just lies. They're not talking to anyone. These guys are just like going and sitting in a room in Qatar, having a drink and shit, and just being like, fucking here's to the fucking end of fucking Arab self-determination.
Or the release of Israeli captives. There's just the mirage, the facade of negotiations that Netanyahu and Trump keep reviving every time Gaza jumps back to the headlines, as to numb, to suppress any coverage of Gaza, to create some false hope that there is a breakthrough, to sort of circumvent or suppress any room for pressure on Israel.
This is it.
The picture is not any better in Europe. Like, if you look at European sort of escalating rhetoric towards Israel, it was also an empty maneuver to just circumvent pressure to act. So, for example, European governments like Canada, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, Australia, and Norway, Western governments. They basically recently imposed sanctions on Ben Gvir and Smotrich.
Yeah, it's crazy. This shit is crazy. Ben Gvir and Smotrich, oh no, sanctions on those guys. What are you talking about? Like 2 MPs. Like, could you imagine? Like, you know, put it in our own understanding in the countries that we live in, chat, right? Could you imagine if, like, fucking Iran put sanctions on, like, what do the sanctions even mean? Like, you can't go there. You can't, what sanctions? Like, you can't have, like, a British bank account. Like, who cares? They'll get a US one. You know, if Iran put, like, sanctions on Keir Starmer or, like, Yvette Cooper, it would be like nothing. It doesn't mean a fucking thing. It's like two members of government.
Sanctions were very well choreographed, articulated in a way as to evade holding the Israeli government accountable. They only penalized the 2 ministers for statements, not actions, and for statements on the West Bank, not Gaza. Because if they had looked into actions or statements on Gaza, it would have incriminated the entire Israeli government. So what we see is basically just mere headline-grabbing gestures that are there to buy time, while at the same time continuing to funnel unrestricted, unconstrained support for the very genocide that those countries are claiming to be concerned about.
Yeah.
Mohammed Shah.
Yep, and you know, as we're gonna get into the prescription of Palestine action again in a little while, but we're just gonna sort of like focus on the region at the moment. We've got a little report here from DW. Let's see what they're saying. Israel Houthis trade strikes amid Gaza ceasefire talks. You know, probably because the Houthis, Ansar Allah, know that the ceasefire talks aren't happening, and that's just the end of it. Also, they always love to, like, you know, again, as we are enlightened folk here in this live stream, we know for a fact that these guys are just normal guys, right? We just know that they're normal people. These are just normal people in Yemen or wherever they are. You know, they're going to be using these pictures of, like, scary looking angry brown guys wearing keffiyehs on their heads. They've got guns. You know, never ever forget, this is propaganda, chat. Every single image that you're looking at, look at it with critical eyes all the time.
Series of airstrikes on Houthi infrastructure in Yemen, including 3 ports and a power plant. It's the first Israeli attack on the Iran-backed rebels in almost a month.
And you know what? They will rebuild that shit within a day.
Israel says it's a response to repeated attacks by the Houthis on Israel. Missiles were launched from Yemen in retaliation, which the Israeli military says it is trying to intercept. Well, for the very latest, let's bring in Karim El-Gwahari. He's a journalist in Cairo. Karim, what more do we know about these strikes on Houthi rebels in Yemen and their response?
Well, according to the Israeli, what the Israelis are saying, they struck 3 ports and a power plant. This is the ports of Hodeidah, Ras Isa, and Salif. And they also struck a power plant, Ras Khatib. That is a power plant that is supplying...
What are you on about, dude? What are you talking about? Top 5 best notes? Shut up, dude.
So quite an important infrastructure installation. Israel is saying that it's this is targeting...
What's going on, Skullman?
These ports are used to transfer Iranian weapons to the Houthis. They also struck a ship, a vessel in the port of Hodeidah. That's a boat called Galaxy Leader. That's a ship that was hijacked by the Houthis in 2023, and they installed...
Yeah, like, you know, fucking bombing a power plant. Like, bombing infrastructure. Isn't this a fucking war crime? Isn't it a war crime to bomb a power plant? Trying to lighten up the mood? Hey, listen, we're all about hopium in this chat, dude. You don't need to worry about that.
On it, and that's what Israel is saying. They targeted it. We have little information from Yemen. They are saying that they used locally made...
Better tasting guns in the empire as well.
Missiles in order to...
Something to be said about wooden stocks.
On the Israeli airplanes, there's no report of any casualties. the Israelis are saying on their side that 2 missiles were fired afterwards from Yemeni territory. They say they attempt to intercept these projectiles, and we had a situation where sirens went off in the city of Jerusalem, in Hebron, and also in nearby areas at the Dead Sea.
Now, the Houthi rebels are backed by Iran, which was recently hit hard by Israel and the U.S. in the so-called 12-day war. Have those strikes on Iran weakened the Houthis by extension? How strong are the Houthis at the moment?
Well, the Houthis are still they still have a strong grip on power. They are.
Bro, it's a crazy question to ask how strong are the Houthis? Because at this point, it's not just Ansar Allah. It's not just the Houthis. It's the entirety of Yemen. The entire fucking population of Yemen is backing this attack on Israel. It's not just them anymore. What kind of control do they have? Dude, they are a fucking megazord. They are a fucking megazord of resisting empire. Ain't no way they're gonna rebuild all this shit, all these ports and power plants, all the damage. It's gonna be rebuilt by tomorrow. They do not understand. They do not understand the way that Yemen operates, the Yemeni people operate. It's crazy.
Basically, the war in Yemen died down. There is no serious challenge towards them. They're obviously still able militarily to shoot once in a while.
12-day coward punch, yeah. And yeah, that's right, Skullman, yeah.
So they're strong enough to create a headache here. I mean, it's like a situation where you have to look at the framework of the whole thing. We have the ceasefire negotiations in Gaza. The Yemenis are saying that they are shooting at Israel until there is going to, in solidarity with the Palestinians, and until there is going to be a ceasefire. So it seems to be that this is also one method to put pressure on Netanyahu to accept the ceasefire conditions as Hamas wants to have them. They create fear among the Israeli population that then they hope put pressure on Netanyahu, because at the same time, of course, the Israelis are extensively bombing the Gaza Strip in the last days, also in order to bring Hamas to accept the terms of Netanyahu. So I think what we see here in Yemen, between Yemen and Israel, is part of the game.
Sorry, I just realized I didn't have fucking captions on chat. Sorry about that. The Saudis in the West had turned Houthis from relatively minor militia into the moral leaders of the Yemen with the mandate of heaven. Yeah, literally. Relatively, yeah.
On each other when it comes to the ceasefire negotiations.
Mass conversion to Zaidi Shiism.
Going to meet Trump in the course of the day.
I'm not huge on the Shia and the Sunni stuff. I don't really know much about the politics and stuff, but from what I've heard from people who do know more about it, is that even people in Sunni states or Sunni Muslims, even though Ansar Allah is a Shia sect. I think I'm right about that. Iran is Shia, most of Yemen is Shia, and there's a lot of different places that are Sunni. I think Saudi Arabia, Qatar, these places are Sunni. Even if you ask them about Yemen, they're not going to be oh, they're stupid Shias or whatever. They'll just be yeah. Now Yemen is sick. Yemen is so based.
So that's, I think, the background of all this, what we're seeing here.
Kareem, thank you very much, as always. Journalist Kareem El-Gohari.
All right. That was middling reporting from DW there. We got some more news. This is from Clash Report. Source here from Axios. Israel is preparing for possible military action if Iran revives its nuclear program, with officials believing Trump may support renewed strikes. There is a bit of reporting around this that is a bit shit, but we're going to try and wade through it. Yemen is mostly Sunnis. Oh, I didn't know that. Fair enough. Zaidi Shias are small but politically significant minorities. Right, gotcha. Israeli officials think Trump could give them green light to attack Iran again. Israel is preparing for the possibility of further military action if Iran tries to revive its nuclear program. Iran has revived its nuclear program. This is the thing. Like, if they think that like, there is no one in the world that thinks that this isn't going to happen, or that it hasn't already happened. It's already happened. You know, the path forward on the Iranian nuclear crisis will be a primary topic when Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu sit down for dinner on Monday evening in the White House. Yeah, no shit, dude. No shit. The attack dog and its master sat there in the same room, you know, jacking each other off, just going, yeah, we're gonna fuck them up. We're gonna fuck them up. That's all that it is. That's all that they're gonna be talking about. That's just literally it. So yeah, we can expect like a further. I hope BB likes Big Macs and Diet Coke. You know he loves that shit. You know he loves that shit. All these people are the fucking same. Trump, JD Vance, fucking this guy who's like, you know, 30 years old. What's his name? Marco Rubio, whatever his name is. Looks like he's like fucking 58 years old, but he's 30. Who's this fucking psycho at the back? Is that Hexeth? You know, they all love that shit. They fucking love that shit. The stereotype you hear is one more moderate and the other is more fundamentalist. That's probably just imperialist propaganda. Oh yeah, Sunni and Shia. Yeah, they just need to find a safe place to demonstrate Iran's nuclear capability. That's right. That's all this is going to be. That's all it's going to be. We can expect another conflict in Iran. I think they would be stupid to do it. I think they would be stupid to do it because I think the last that I heard about this stuff, Iran strikes deal with Wait, Israel has an oil crisis? Iran hails BRICS condemnation of US-Israel strikes. Iran is going to end up being a member of BRICS. I think that's probably what's going to happen. Open to dialogue with US after Israel strikes. 1 hour ago. This is Al Jazeera. This is breaking stuff. Israel attacked Iran just days before Tehran and Washington were to meet for a new round of nuclear talks. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian speaks in Tehran. Believes that Tehran can resolve its differences with the United States through dialogue, but trust will be an issue after US and Israeli attacks on his country. Well, the belief that we could very much easily resolve our differences and conflicts with the United States through dialogue and talks. Wait, what? He told Tucker Carlson? This guy sat down with Tucker Carlson? You have to joke. You have to be joking me. Do you think the Zionists would do a false flag in the US to force them into war? They wouldn't need to force the US into war. They would just need to persuade the population of the US. That's all. I think that's the only reason that Israel would do it, or Mossad would do a false flag on the United States. And I think the United States would be completely aware of it happening. If I was an Iranian official, I'd be reaching out to anyone critical of US war on my country. I gotta find this. Tucker Carlson, Iranian president. This is crazy, dude. This is crazy. What is happening? Is this on YouTube? Is this on like Rumble or some shit? No, he does it on Twitter, doesn't he? He does like a show on Twitter. Tucker Carlson, Iran president. No way. This is crazy. This is crazy, dude. What is happening?
Mr. President, thank you very much for doing this. There is a pause, or seems to be a pause, in the war between the United States and Iran. How do you think this will end? How would you like to see it end?
What timeline are we in? If you want to get an interview that is likely to be seen by Trump, Tucker would probably be the safest choice. I just think this is just so crazy. I just think it's so wild, like that, like right-wing podcaster Tucker Carlson is like, I'm going to interview the president of Iran. This is like unprecedented. He might have saw the Ted Cruz interview. I don't know. This is crazy.
We did not start this war, and we do not want this war to continue.
Got a fucking translator and everything.
From the very beginning, it was the motto of my administration that I always adhere to, and that was fostering the national unity inside the country and also fostering peace and tranquility and friendship with the neighboring countries and with the rest of the world.
The American President Donald Trump has said that the United States bombed your enrichment facilities because the government of Iran refused to give up its nuclear program, and that there can be no peace until Iran does give up that nuclear program. Would you be willing to give up the nuclear program in exchange for peace?
I would like to tell you what has happened, and it was Netanyahu since 1984 has created this false mentality that Iran seeks a nuclear bomb, and it has insinuated that Iran is trying to develop a nuclear bomb in the past, and it has put it in the minds of every U.S. president since then, and to make them believe that we would like to have a nuclear bomb. But the truth is that we have never been after developing a nuclear bomb, not in the past, not presently, or in the future.
Okay, the reason that I'm like freaking out a little bit about this is because Iran has had like a lockdown on its media and communications since like the war with Israel and the US. Like, they've been like, right, we're not fucking talking to anybody, like, destroy, like, no internet, no one's having internet access, literally nobody. And now they're sat here like, I'm gonna go and talk with Tucker Carlson. That's why my mind's blown a little bit. I'm just like, what is happening? Have they gone like, okay, who are key dissenting voices? Who are key dissenting voices in the USA? Let's get onto them. It would be funny as fuck, but also proper dangerous. But if this has happened, if he's speaking to Tucker Carlson now, he might even try and like speak to like, I don't know, who else has been fucking critical. That's like a major sort of like right wing guy. I don't think he would like speak to anyone like fucking Joe Rogan or Hassan or anything like that. But I don't know, maybe they would be like, yeah, let's go on Joe Rogan. I don't know if Joe Rogan would go for that. I don't know. It seems like a proper like targeted propaganda move, which I'm not criticizing Iran for. It makes complete sense. But again, you know, important to remember, chat, what was Iran's nuclear program? What were they enriching uranium for? Shit like fucking radiotherapy for fucking cancer survivors and shit. You know what I mean? People with cancer and, you know, nuclear power. Really fucking sad for the American left. The biggest dissenters read most popular, have the most traction, are right-wingers. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, let's not forget, Tucker Carlson, you know, absolutely hates trans people, queer people, migrants, all that kind of stuff. You know, this guy is he's a stopped clock when it comes to foreign policy, the same as most Republicans, right? Yeah, hey Masood, evident DMT. I don't see Joe leaving his studio. No, but you wouldn't have to. He'd just get the link. Get the fucking link here from Tucker. I don't know. I don't think he would do it, but crazy. I don't know. Just crazy.
This is wrong, and this
hates
is
unsexy
in
M&Ms. Yeah.
contrast to the religious decree or the fatwa which has been issued by His Eminence the
Like, could you imagine if? Could you? This is. I can't. Has Trump said anything about this? Does anyone know? Is anyone like? I'm gonna have to look this. I'm gonna have to look this up. This is. I just can't. I can't believe that this is happening. Do you think Trump is gonna like try and deport Tucker Carlson for speaking to the Iranian president?
Supreme Leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran. That so it is religiously forbidden for us to go.
Hey Alejandro, how you doing? The graphic from his network, can you get that for me? I'd love to see it.
Always,
I've not seen it.
Corroborated.
I might have seen it.
Thanks to our cooperation with IAEA, because they were always there that to verify this. And to substantiate that we have never wanted a nuclear bomb. But unfortunately, this cooperation was disturbed by the unlawful attacks against our nuclear facilities.
So you have, according to news reports, withdrawn your cooperation from IAEA, the International Nuclear Regulatory Agency. And so there's, I suppose, no way for the rest of the world to know how much uranium you're enriching and to what extent. To what?
What the fuck is this? Oh, this is like so racist, but you know, the Chinese mafia's takeover of rural America. What is he trying to say? Is he trying to say that like triads are like selling weed in Ohio or some shit? Like what the fuck is he saying? Why would they do that? It doesn't even make sense. Is this because rural America is like turning away from right wingers? He's not referring to the triads. He's saying it's just like the Chinese government, the communist Chinese spies are selling weed to fucking farmers in Ohio. This is great. This is so good. Oh, get this as a tattoo, man. This is fucking great. Weed leaf dragon tail is so good. This is so good. Mental.
What percentage is being enriched? And so is there any way to verify, and would you be willing to allow other nations to verify that you are not building nuclear weapons?
Of course they would. Of course they would. They've said it so many times.
Sir Carson, sir, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that we were right in the middle of holding talks with the United States. And the President of the United States invited us to hold such talks in order to have peace.
It's crazy because I think that like Tucker Carlson could very well be like doing... You know, what are his motivations? What are his motivations? His motivations for talking with the president of Iran is that it subverts Donald Trump's chokehold on information about Iran. You know, something that he did in the Ted Cruz interview where he was being like, oh, yeah, listen, you don't even know about the fucking ethnic population of Iran. You don't even know what the kind of people are like there. You don't know how many people live there. You don't know anything about this country. And he's getting, like, Iran pilled because he heard that they, like, lock up queers. Like, that's what it is. Right, he's learning about that shit. You know? Yeah, how about fuck you, we clearly need nuclear weapons, right? Yeah. It's time to finally do Theo Von interviews Masood. Are you telling me that that's a thing that's happened, or are you joking?
We were told
if Theo Von interviewed Masood, that would be fucking crazy.
Process of these negotiations and talks that as long as we don't give the permission to Israel,
Iran currently has more protection for trans women than some US states. Yes, it does, but queer people can be put to death. Like, it's important. Like, we don't do too much Orientalism when talking about Iran.
Going to attack you,
you know,
and we were going to have
things have definitely been better in Iran since lots of protest movements, like the Masa Amini movement. They relaxed the laws on morality police and like hair coverings and stuff like that. But you know, if the state does want to, they will like put you away for being queer, engaging in queer sex and shit like that. It is a thing that happens. And again, you know, it's not for us to be like, oh yeah, well that means that they deserve to get bombed. It's like, you know, it's just not the case. It's like, yeah, queer liberation needs to happen in Iran, but it's not going to happen when they're getting bombed by the fucking empire, right?
Of the talks,
inshallah.
But in the middle of it, suddenly Israel torpedoed the negotiating table. We were sitting at the negotiating table when it happened, and by doing this, they totally ruined and destroyed diplomacy. But
it's true, they're doing a better job than a lot of like the USA.
To the surveillance or the supervision over.
Also, I would say that you should visit Iran during peacetime because it is beautiful. 1,000%. I would desperately love to visit Iran. Check this out. I was watching this. It's going to be hard for me to find it on YouTube. What's the guy? He's like an American guy that goes everywhere. It's like name 'S Iran. Someone's Iran, and his name is like Steve John or something. Like, what's his name? Something's Iran. If I just type in that, will it come up? Rick Steves Iran.
Jobs is big business here among the middle class. Even though covered up, women expertly utilize their feminine charms. Faces are beautifully made up.
This is just where I was in the documentary, by the way. But this is like a solid documentary. It's like an hour long. We won't watch it now because we're covering the news. But this guy did like a great, like, there's like check this out. Like, he does bits on, look at this. It's fucking beautiful.
Khomeini's simplicity and holiness had a strong appeal to the Iranian masses. He did use oppressive tactics. But to the poor and the less educated, the charismatic Khomeini was like a messiah. As the personification of the Islamic Revolution, he symbolized deliverance from the economic oppression. Scenes that Esfahan was the capital of Persia 400 years ago.
Look at this shit. It's beautiful as fuck.
The Chehel Sotun Palace is a vivid reminder that Esfahan was the capital of Persia.
You got that weird gay Israeli Adam Sandler movie for a second there, which is weird. Wait, what? Oh, fucking don't mess with the Zoran? Or with the Zohar or whatever? What is this? What is this, dude? Oh my god, look at this fucking like AI bullshit. Is it safe to visit Iran as an American? Wait, isn't this also a good one? Anyway.
Jobs is big.
No, I saw the movie when I was like 18 and I was high out my ass. I saw Don't Mess with the Zohan. I rented it. It was when Blockbuster still existed. I rented it from Blockbuster. It was like I just got my first flat. I was working in a restaurant and my friends were coming round and I was like, let's get something to watch. And I rented Don't Mess with the Zohan. And it was like bad. I remember it being bad, but I don't remember why. I remember like laughing at it because it was insane. But obviously I was high as shit. We smoked so many fucking joints. You saw it 2 days before going to Israel. Is that what it's about? Like, I never really understood it. I never really got, like, I didn't know what Zohan was, or so he's an Israeli guy, basically. The image of a young mule high as fuck watching an Adam Sandler D-list movie, yeah, with bad balding hair. And I had like a shaggy goatee. It's about a macho, manly Mossad guy. You see, that's what I mean. I had no idea. I cannot remember a single thing about that film. I just remember it being like insane. Fuck Adam Sandler. He's a fucking winner. Anyway, let's watch more of this.
For our nuclear program, I would like to say that
I remember it now. He likes doing hair, and they kick him out of the Mossad. He fakes his own death to get out of the country and become a hairstylist. That's crazy, dude, because that's like true, actually, right? If you do anything gay in Israel, you're not allowed to be in the Mossad. It's just true. That's true.
We are ready.
You would get beat the shit out of in the Mossad.
We have never been the party that has run away from verification. We stand ready to have these supervisions, but unfortunately, as the result of the United States unlawful attacks against our nuclear centers and installations,
easiest way out of the Mossad.
Pieces of equipment and the facilities there.
Yeah, they love that shit, Joe One.
Therefore, we don't have any access to them. We cannot.
It's not gay. You see, that's the thing. It's not gay when you do that. It's like that's Zionism, like condensed.
We cannot see, and unless this access is going to be back there again, we have to wait for it and to see what happens and how much they have been damaged, so that we can go for the supervision.
There have been news reports that your government believes that the IAEA was spying on the government of Iran and passing information to Israel. Do you believe that? And if so, do you have evidence that that's true that the world could see?
I would like to tell you that we were, yes, somehow pessimistic about the activities of the IAEA, because somehow we realized that Israel get information from the inspections which were carried out by the IAEA, but it never prevented the IAEA from carrying out their activities inside Iran, and they had full access to supervise and to have surveillance over our nuclear facilities.
I was talking about this, chat.
There was this lack of trust.
Just as the war happened.
The last report by IAEA, the type of the report and the way they prepared the report somehow gave an excuse to the Israeli regime and prepared the ground for their unlawful and unauthorized attack against our nuclear facilities. And even after that, the IAEA failed to
It's both. It's both. When Israeli soldiers like rape Palestinians, again, it's rape, right? Rape is about power. It's about having power over someone. That's what rape is. It's divorced from sexuality. It's not always divorced from sexuality. There are some examples when people violate consent. They either do it knowingly or unknowingly in order to, basically get sexual pleasure from stuff. But a lot of the times, like that extremely violent kind of like gang rape that happens, especially the IOF, the stuff that we've seen the IOF do to Palestinians, that is about power. That is about dehumanizing people. That is about exerting control. It's fascist. It's fascism. Rape and fascism, go hand in hand. It's patriarchy, fascism, capitalism. It's all part of the same machine. But that's exactly what it is. It's punishing the enemy, and it's also that they don't see them as human. Acceptable targets to do shit. You should listen to the episodes about Hasbro where they have Israeli guests on. It really gets into the mentality and how it's cultivated. Yeah. There are like a fair amount of Israelis who like go, I can't deal with this shit. This country is fucked. They leave and then they see Israel from the outside and they go, oh wow, that's a fucking cult, right? And they will talk at length if you speak to him. Someone who is, detained at the moment on remand in prison is an ex-Zionist Israeli guy who took part in, Palestine action stuff. These people do exist. They're a minority, but, it's crazy, just the way in which... from birth, it's like, you look at that shit. What's that fucking one? This fucking children's book. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Under the rocket's glow. Let me get a better picture than that. There's a better picture than that. This is the... Oh, why is it crusty as fuck? Oh, what's that? The fuck was that? Why? Why won't it? Why can't I see a clear fucking image of this fucking book? Jesus Christ. Well, you can see it there anyway. You can see it there, right? Like, there are children's books about, these rockets keep us safe. And it's really good that, that we just murder Palestinians all the time. When you see these rockets passing overhead, that is keeping us safe. And it's like, no, dude, it is just killing Palestinians. That is all that it is, dude. That is all that shit is. It's from birth. And again, don't forget, the Zionist entity Israel pushes those propaganda routes outwards. So Jewish people all over the world, will have listened to a Zionist rabbi. Yeah, if you go to synagogue for the first time, there is likely to have been a Zionist rabbi there who is from Israel, literally there to do missionary shit and make Jews terrified of living outside of Israel, being like, yo, when you see those Palestinian flags, then they won't even call them Palestinian flags. They'll just be like, they say that they're Palestinians, but Palestine is not real. There's no such thing as Palestinians. It's all Israel. It's all it's for us. It's our land. And those are terrorists. They're horrible, evil terrorists. Every single baby is a terrorist, and we have to murder babies as much as fucking possible. The Holocaust was horrible. The Holocaust was horrible, and Palestinians are trying to do another Holocaust. They're saying that they're going to do another Holocaust without any critical thinking allowed whatsoever. It's literally brainwashing.
Condemn these attacks or try to stop them. And this ran counter to the international law. And this resulted in a widespread lack of trust among the Iranians, Iranian legislators, and the public opinion here.
You've suggested that you were anxious to resolve your conflicts with the United States through diplomacy and that was derailed by war. Would you be willing to restart diplomacy? And could you tell us in general but precise terms the kind of deal you would be willing to accept?
You see, I am of the belief that we could very much easily resolve our differences and conflicts with the United States through dialogue and talks. And, the international law could serve as the framework or the...
I just need to find out, what... Has the Israeli government tried to assassinate the Iranian president? What are they talking about? Should Americans be afraid of Iran? The Ayatollah's religious decree against Donald Trump. They move on from that pretty quickly. Has Iran ever tried to assassinate Trump? Are there Iranian sleeper cells in the... This is so funny, dude. This is so funny. Are there Iranian sleeper cells in the United States? That's crazy, dude. What happened to the relationship between Iran and Israel? Okay, I want to hear what he says to this. He's gonna say there is no fucking relationship. What are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about, dude?
It wasn't that long ago, it was during the revolutionary period in Iran, that Iran had relations with Israel and commercial.
Oh, the revolutionary period. Oh, don't you remember when it was so good? Don't you remember it was so good when in Iran they treated women like objects, like sex objects? That was so good when that happened.
Relations with Israel and reputed.
And now they make them wear burqas, don't they? They would make them wear burqas and you can't see their bodies anymore and you're not allowed to have their bodies out and you can't objectify them. It's illegal to objectify women in Iran now. You can't do that.
What happened?
It's so bad that...
How did that change?
That changed.
It and why? That relationship.
It wasn't that long ago. Only 46 years ago.
Israel itself is to blame.
Yes.
Just look at what they have been doing in the last couple of years in Palestine, in Gaza. What Netanyahu has been doing, killing women and children, bombing schools and hospitals, and civilian and residential areas. This is nothing short of a full-scale genocide there. They have blocked the entry of food and medicine.
This is so based that he just brings it back to Gaza. This is so based. I want to hear what Tucker says to this. Like, what is this guy? What is his fucking game? Like, what is going on? You know?
Seen any kind of humanitarian relief.
Well, son, these damn Iranians just didn't want a king anymore.
So this has adversely impacted the way my country and the whole region looks at Israel. And this, I mean, their own...
Do you know what? It's pretty good that he didn't even focus on the revolution and how he's like wrong about that.
Behavior and their own actions are to blame, because this is unacceptable what they have been doing in my region. And as far as I know, we have never received any kind of weapon from Israel. And I would like to tell you, even at that time, we did not want to have weapons. We did not want to have wars. We did not want to fight the Iraqis. It was the war that was imposed on us. And just like the way that this war was imposed on us by the Israeli regime, we did not attack Israel. They attacked us.
Can you imagine at the end of the diplomatic exchange with the United States?
He doesn't say shit about that. That's crazy. That's crazy that he just like... It's wild to me that Tucker Carlson is just like platforming this narrative. Do you know what I mean? He's platforming this narrative. That's crazy to me that this is happening. Like he didn't push back or anything like that. Maybe it was because it's too complicated, because he's got a translator. What's his fucking audience saying, dude? This is what we call actual journalism. No way. No way. Interview someone instead of just being told what Israel tells us. No interruptions, no forced opinions, no demonizing, so refreshing. What the fuck? Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Remove AIPAC from USA. He's been trying to interview BB for months. Outclasses every other journalist out there. Far less of a threat to my family and country than Netanyahu. What is happening? What is happening? Iran is not my enemy from Texas. This is wild, dude. This is crazy. Balls of steel. Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Mossad and the CIA are going to do a false flag attack after this interview gains more traction. I'm not dying for Israel. That is crazy. That is crazy to see in a fucking Tucker Carlson YouTube comment section. That's mad. No beef with Iran. If Netanyahu does, that's their business. Palestine is the, you know, I know that this isn't going to be perfect, and I know all these people are going to have horrible opinions on migrants and alligator Auschwitz and all this stuff. I know that, right? But you know, people say all the time about Palestine, about the issue of Palestine, about the issue of you know, shit like that. It's like a turning point. Yeah, there will be anti-Semitism in there. There will be people who like legit just hate Jewish people in here. 1,000%. 1,000%. But I do think there will also be people who are starting to see through the cracks. You know? Palestine's a watershed moment for the world in a lot of ways. If it takes even Republicans who are like horrible anti-Semites and you know, racist and shit like that, if it takes them out of like supporting American imperialism, that's a good thing. It's a good start, right? Recent episode of Knowledge Fight, Alex Jones did a soft pivot against Israel. Yeah, he's just a fucking... He's definitely a psyop. If Tucker Carlson isn't a psyop, Alex Jones is absolutely a psyop. 1,000%. He's just a cop. You know? Anyway. All right, let's move away from this. We're gonna move on. Yep. Okay, they're gonna go to war with Iran again. Yada yada yada. Let's take a look at some stuff. We got some interesting stuff. Irishman fights back against violent left-wing mob. Let's see what happens here. Oh no, I don't want that.
Oh yeah, who all you like? I'm a great guy. Don't you fucking do it to me, son. Don't you fucking touch me, kid. Don't you fucking touch me. Don't you fucking touch me, sir. I know you. I do know you. I do. I'm not going to go, my flag.
This guy is without a shadow of a doubt a fucking Ulster loyalist. He fucking loves the Queen. He's got like a picture of the Queen in his fucking bedroom.
Oh yeah.
This is fucking psycho shit, dude. Like, yeah, just like turn up. Basically, what happened here is this guy turned up with like an Israeli flag at like a BDS meeting. That's what happened. You know? Yeah, what mob? These bootlickers are such snowflakes. It's such a violent left-wing mob. They all like, you know, what you've got to remember. And by the way, the people who fucking publish this are Beta Worldwide. The people who are saying this shit today, yeah? In Ireland today, we aren't the generation that bows or have trembling knees. Right? We aren't the generation that bows or have trembling knees. That's referring to like psychotic fucking anti-Semitic Zionist Theodore Herzl shit. Take young Jabotinsky follower to remind the old of morals and decency. Doesn't take long for the peaceful left to get violent, does it? This person has gone into like if you want like the actual like what this is, what has happened here, the way that we should be framing this now, yeah, is that this person has basically gone into a synagogue and waved a fucking Nazi flag. Like, that is the equivalent of what has happened here. And Beta Worldwide, which again is the fascist arm of Zionism, like the explicitly fascist arm of Zionism. Zionism is fascist, sorry to sort of like muddy the waters there. I didn't mean to do that. Of course Zionism is fascist, but Beta is explicitly like extremely, like the history of Beta is they adopted far right fascist you know, tenets, ideas, symbolism. You know, they did fucking Nazi salutes, they did Hitler salutes and shit like that. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's who's saying this shit. They like walked into a fucking place and was like, yeah, fucking that's it. Fucking pieces of shit. Anyway, next up, didn't Jabotinsky directly work with Mussolini? Yeah, I believe so. Even other Israelis think that Beitar are lunatics. Yeah, literally. This is funny. The IDF official website here. Yeah, man. When you're definitely the good guys. Our 120 presidential distinguished men for 2025. I'm confused about this one turning away. What's motivating it? It's so they don't get recognized for fucking doing war crimes. All of these people will be on this website, this page of the IOF's website to celebrate them killing the most children. That is exactly what these are all here for, and that's why they aren't showing their faces. These are Nazi fascist scumbags. The SS of our time. You know? I'm trying to see if I recognize any names. Naval Wing. These will be the guys that like fucking surrounded the Madeleine with Greta Thunberg on there. Border Protection Corps. This will just be like fucking shooting kids. Every single one of these will just be shooting kids. My Sergeant Air Force, that's not even got a name on it or whatever. Air Force, this motherfucker, looking Aryan as fuck, by the way. Indigenous to the Middle East with sunburn on her fucking neck in this picture and everything. Air Force will have just been bombing Gazans, queuing for food. You know? Bombing refugee camps. It's just fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, you know, you're definitely the good guys when you just like turn away from the camera. Like, this is literally to prevent them from being prosecuted for war crimes if they choose to leave Israel, which they probably will if they have like another fucking war with Iran, because Iran will batter the shit out of them. That's the whole reason that this has happened. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy. Honestly. So there you go. Anyway, just some more interesting information about Knesset stuff. What we have here, multiple women, including Yael Ariel and Yael Shitrit, testified before it. This has got to be fake, dude. What is this? I don't know Hebrew. Whatever. Testified before a joint Knesset committee today accusing senior figures of involvement in sadistic ritual sexual abuse, including child trafficking, torture, drugging, and gang rape. One survivor said she's only a drop in the ocean compared to thousands of victims. Police have acknowledged the claims and say a national intelligence unit is reviewing the evidence, which means that they're not.
אני שומעת מנפגעות וגם בזיכרונות שלי על אנשים בכירים שהשתתפו בפגיעות טקסיות בכל רחבי הארץ, על רופאים, רבנים בכירים, אנשי משטרה,
senior figures who participated in ritual abuse.
מהעבר וגם כמה חברי כנסת מכהנים בהווה שלקחו חלק בפגיעות כאלה מקצוות שונים של הקשת הפוליטית. מובן מאליו
כרגע שיש כמה חברי כנסת,
כן,
העבר וההווה.
היה סיפור שהתפרסם, אני יודעת על עוד כמה. מובן מאליו כי מול אנשים חזקים כל כך, ובפרט כשמדובר על פגיעות בלתי נתפסות, רוב הנפגעות אינן מעיזות לדבר, ולכן ברור לי שעשרות הנפגעות שהגיעו אליי הן טיפה בים של אלפי נפגעי פגיעה טקסית בישראל. אני שומעת...
Who's surprised? Fucking no one. Damn, no one is surprised, even remotely. Alright, let's move on, chat. We are gonna cover the floods and the tariff stuff real quick. But just to remind you, this is currently my full-time job. I'm on benefits in the UK, and it's not good. You don't really get a lot of money for being on benefits in the UK, as is the same in most places in the Imperial Core. Please consider subbing off Twitch. Please consider supporting the stream monetarily by either subbing off Twitch, subscribing on Twitch, or subscribing to my Patreon. The links are in the chat there. Please consider doing that. If you can't afford to support me financially, please consider retweeting or liking or commenting on the Blue Sky or Twitter Go Live tweets, and that will help advertise my stream. You can do that even if you have no followers. It doesn't matter. It means that it will boost it in the algorithm and shit like that. And of course, you can always go to my socials, leave a comment, like, follow, all that kind of stuff. Watch one of my videos. You know, anything like that does help me. You know, subscribe to various platforms and follow on various platforms and shit like that. Okay, thanks for listening. Texas flooding latest 43 dead, including... we're going to get onto the tariffs later. Texas flooding latest 43 dead, including 15 children, as search for some 24 girls continues as it happened. So this is the death toll. This is the live feed. 2 days ago, there was the last update to this. So closing summary. This concludes our live coverage of the deadly flash flooding in the Hill Country region of Texas. So this is where the flooding happened. The death toll in Kerr County now at 43, including 15 children and 27 girls from a summer camp still missing as the rescue and recovery effort continues. We will update our main news report on the disaster. Here are the day's developments. The dead include 20 adults and 15 children. 12 adults and 5 children were unidentified as of 5:30 p.m. local time. That was on Saturday, I believe. The camp said in a post on Facebook, Jane Ragsdale, the longtime director of Heart of the Hills camp, was on site when the flood hit. That's a popular Texas summer camp. A young woman was dramatically rescued after she was carried 12 miles down the Guadalupe River by raging floodwaters and later pictured... Morrigan!
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Thank you so much for the £15.
Thanks for always being based.
You got it, Morrigan. Thank you so much for the £15. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If we get another 15 quid, we'll put the cat cam on chat. You know what that means. Be able to see Melpert on the stream. That's always fun for everybody. Yeah, that's only 3 people donating £5 at once. Quick maths. Anyway, let's move on with this. Donald Trump wrote on his Truth Social platform, Melania and I are praying for all the families impacted by this horrible tragedy. Our brave first responders are on the site doing what they do best. God bless the families and God bless Texas. Yeah, it's just so easy to like be the leader of the USA, isn't it? Just like, yeah, everyone will just be like, yeah, that's great. He's doing great work. Great work. Commander-in-Chief doing great work. Just doing a tweet. One 13-year-old girl who was evacuated by helicopter after being woken in the middle of the night said the camp was completely destroyed. Officials have said the floods were not predicted by forecasts and that the river rose by 26 feet in just 45 minutes. A local weather forecaster disputed that and said that warnings were issued hours before the disaster. Yeah, it's super bad. It's super bad. Let's take a look at the report from Democracy Now!
From the catastrophic flooding in central Texas has reached 82 people. Dozens are...
Whoa, 82 people are dead. Wait, what? Death toll, 82?
Has reached 82 people. Dozens are still unaccounted for following flash flooding over the weekend. The Guadalupe River rose some 26 feet in less than an hour Friday amidst torrential downpours. The rain followed a long drought in the region that left the soil bone dry and increased the potential for flooding. Among the missing are at least 10 girls who attended Camp Mystic, located on the banks of the river. In Kerr County, the most devastated area, at least 40 adults and 28 children have died. This is Kerrville resident Scott Walden describing the terrifying moments before he was swept almost 200 feet by raging floodwaters.
About 6:30 in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning, we heard some thumps. I had a shed around the corner, and the shed started banging against the house. And my wife jumped up and she looked out the back and she said, there's a river back there. And so we ran to the front, and by the time we grabbed 2 dogs and a set of keys, the water had risen, covered 4 motorcycles, and flooded a Jeep, and then flooded a big truck.
Rescue workers and volunteers are
My man's gaff is gone.
For the 4th day. Questions and anger are mounting over local authorities' preparedness, warnings ahead of the disaster, as well as the current and future role of federal authorities. Experts say staff shortages at local offices of the National Weather Service and the lack of a local severe weather warning system, which the state wouldn't fund, may have been part of the problem. President Trump has said he plans to phase out FEMA by the end of this year's hurricane season and shift those responsibilities to states. A reporter asked Trump about his plans for FEMA Sunday.
Are you still planning to phase out FEMA?
Well, FEMA is something we can talk about later, but right now they're busy working, so we'll leave it at that.
Trump was...
Fuck me, dude. You know, it's just another example of these guys. They are just planning on looting the empire. That's all it is. They're like, cut all the funding to this shit. Don't give it any more funding. That's the end of it. It'll cause loads and loads of deaths, but who cares? Because we'll make a load of money. And that's all that matters. You know.
Also asked if the federal government should hire back any of the meteorologists that have been fired in recent months. To which President Trump said, quote, "I wouldn't know that, and I would think not," unquote. Meanwhile, the Trump administration's 2026 budget promises to dismantle critical scientific research programs that could improve early warning capabilities and upgrade technology. That's according to our next guest, who knows these.
And again, like, they know this stuff. Like, Trump has sat there with his aides, with his billionaire friends, Elon Musk, whatever, when they were still friends or whatever, like, all, you know, all the other people, the sycophants that are surrounding him now, and they've basically gone, right, we can't tell people that we know this, but we know that climate disaster is happening, right? What can we do to make as much money as possible? Like, all right, let's get rid of all the early warning system stuff. Let's get rid of all the disaster relief stuff. Let's cut all of that out. Because while the people are struggling to rebuild their homes, they won't be able to do a revolution because they realize that we were wrong. That's just the conversation that's going to have happened. And there's going to be more and more climate disasters that happen all over the USA. And it won't just be in, what they call woke liberal states, woke liberal cities. This is in, like, the heart of Texas. This is fucking Red County. I've already seen horrific blue MAGA liberals, blue anon fucking losers, like scumbags, being like, haha, they should have voted for someone different. And if you think like that, you need a new brain. You just need a new fucking brain, because that's fucking scum shit. There will just be more and more examples of this happening, and people will come together in responses like this, and then they will remember that is actually how you respond to things like that in an appropriate, they will get better at doing it. They'll get better organized. It will become a big organization. The people will have the power to rebuild after these things. And that is how dual power happens. And people, take the power into their own hands again. Once upon a time, the insurance industry would step in because they know this should harm their business, until they realized they could just loop the whole their way out because there's no more science to say climate change isn't God. Yeah. The people doing that have just been pissing me off all week. No mention that few people voted at all in that election anyway. Yeah, people love to miss that shit, don't they? They love to forget that, like, loads of people didn't vote because they could see the contradictions already. The contradictions are so clear already. We're already so clear in that vote, and it's like, it's just crazy that people would remotely, I don't know, whatever. Fuck these losers.
Programs extremely well. Dr. Alan Gerard is the CEO of Balanced Weather and a retired NOAA meteorologist with more than 3 decades of experience. He's the former head of the Warning Research and Development Division of the NOAA National Severe Storms Laboratory. He's been following the flooding closely on his Substack, Balanced Weather. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Alan Gerard. Thank you so much for being with us. This is absolutely devastating. It looks like well over 100 people have died. About a quarter of them are children. We just heard Trump's response, both on not hiring meteorologists that have been fired and not clear whether FEMA will continue. Yet we hear local officials saying how desperate they are to continue.
First in-person Friends of the Earth meeting this Wednesday, and I'm nervous. What are you nervous about?
To work with the National Weather Service. Can you talk about what took place and the fact that part of the severe flash flooding was caused by a drought?
Yeah, so we'll start with the flash flood. That area of the country is very vulnerable to flash flooding due to a number of factors. Partially just due to
just meeting new people, got bad social anxiety. You might not have to meet anyone at all. You might not have to meet anyone at all. Just turn up, see what happens. If you're getting freaked out and you're feeling shit about your social anxiety, just tell someone. Or you don't even have to tell someone. You could just leave. You could just go home. No one's gonna like think that you're a dickhead or whatever, you know. I know it's easy to say don't worry about it, but someone who's been to many meetings, as someone who has planned meetings and facilitated meetings, multiple meetings like this, no one is ever going to be like, oh my god, that weirdo just like came and left. At the very most, someone might be like, oh, that person left early, like I hope they come back. That's what we always used to think. If anyone ever left early, it was just like, I hope that person comes back. And that's it. And if people are like, you know, suspicious or like run after you and are like, why aren't you talking to anyone? Fuck that place. Don't go back. Find a new place. But I promise you, it will be okay. And if it's not okay, you could just go. You can just leave.
Proximity of the Gulf and the moisture that can come.
But I'm extremely proud of you that you're planning on going. And it might get to the day and you might go, do you know what? I can't do it. I can't go. I can't go to this place. And you might cancel, and that is also fine. You can try and go to the next one, and you can try and go to the next one after that. Your time will come, and it's all doing it in your own time.
Soil in central Texas, which is also very hilly, when there's a prolonged drought, becomes almost like concrete. So the heavy rainfall just runs off into these river basins that run through the hill country and can create these massive flood waves like what we saw, unfortunately, on the South Fork of the Guadalupe.
And can you talk about the National Weather Service? In a moment, we're going to talk about the new law, the budget law that went into effect. But the National Weather Service and the depletion of jobs and what is missing, what, most importantly, as we look forward, what is needed?
Yeah, so the National Weather Service, like a lot of federal agencies, went through a significant loss of staff back in the spring with federal buyouts under the plans for DOGE and the Office of Personnel Management. And a number of experienced staff were lost. The office in Austin, San Antonio, which is the office that was responsible for the flash flood warnings in this case, have lost two of their most senior staff as part of that. Their warning coordination meteorologist, who's responsible for the outreach to emergency management, and the science and operations officer, who oversees the operations and training of the meteorology staff. So obviously those are critical positions. I will say that it does appear like overall, for the actual event when it occurred, the warnings went out as they should have, and that the office was staffed appropriately. But it is definitely a concern overall, how well the staff overall would have been prepared given those losses, and how well they'll be prepared going forward as we still have all of hurricane season to deal with. And then kind of from a longer term perspective, as you mentioned, the 2026 presidential budget proposal would make significant cuts to NOAA, including completely eliminating NOAA's research line office, the Office of Oceanic and Atmospheric Research. And obviously, if that were to happen, all of this research that's being done to try to improve warnings for events like this would be terminated.
In fact, isn't this weather research
crazy how that happens, chat?
Norman, where you are, Norman, Oklahoma, in the crosshairs of the cuts at the federal level where you worked, as you were former head of the warning research unit there?
Yes, the division that I was in charge of actually does a lot of research to improve flash flood warnings. The system that the National Weather Service uses to, in real time, estimate the probability of flash flooding and help issue their warnings was developed here in our division at the National Severe Storms Lab. And under the current presidential budget, it would be closed along with all of the other NOAA weather and climate labs.
I mean, from the heat dome that we're seeing in this country and in Europe, I was just in Geneva. It's just scalding. In Spain, the fires outside Barcelona.
There's fires in Spain? What the fuck?
Talking about how serious the threat of climate change is right now to the planet, beginning right there in Texas in this horrific flash flooding event that has killed, it looks like, well, over 80, probably over 100, a quarter of them children.
Yeah, as someone that's been doing this for 35 years, I'll admit that early in my career, I was a little skeptical about how much climate change would actually impact the weather events that I would see in my career. But after doing it for 3 decades and seeing the research and actually watching the weather every single day and seeing the increase frequency of these type of events, it's a huge concern.
I think Melpert wants his dinner.
That's part of the reason why, even in retirement,
I'm from forest fire warnings to storm warnings in the span of like a week over here as well.
To speak out about this because I'm extremely concerned about the threat of climate change and having more increased flash floods, wildfires, heat waves, and
don't forget to consider the boy, chat. Don't forget
politics of it. We need to be prepared, and my focus is just trying to improve our resilience and our ability to be prepared for these kind of events. And obviously, I strongly believe that having a robust NOAA and a robust National Weather Service, robust research program from NOAA is an important part of all of that, of keeping us as safe as we can be as the climate continues to change.
This final point, Alan Gerard, Elon Musk's own AI bot, Grok, also blamed the rising death toll in Texas on cuts made by the Trump administration and Doge, right? Doge that was run by Elon Musk, saying, while absolute proof of counterfactuals is impossible, evidence strongly suggests...
Why are we like focusing on this so much? This is so annoying to me. I'm pretty sure everybody else is tired of this. Right? If you've been on Twitter, I know most of my audience probably aren't on Twitter at the minute, but like, I'm on there because I think it's much better than Blue Sky for coverage of Palestinian stuff. I think that Blue Sky's got like a big anti-Palestinian racism problem. It's also got like, I've heard black people say that they think it's like a little hostile to black people as well. Regardless, there's problems with both platforms. Twitter is obviously the worst, but if you go on Twitter, in pretty much every thread, you've even got like leftists being like, hey Grok, is this right? Is this true? And it's like, come on, man. Fuck that shit. Just the fuck asking Grok, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Anyway, whatever. Whatever, dude.
Yes.
I'm gonna go feed the boy real quick, and then we're gonna move on to the tariff stuff. What is this? Oh yeah, this is just some brain rot shit. Yeah, the Texas floods are terrible. What more of a take can I have other than what's already been discussed? It's pretty obvious that all these cuts to NOAA, various different like public services that the Doge did is definitely going to make the response to these things worse. But again, community response will take over, and in places where it is tough, where climate disaster kind of events are going to happen even more frequently. In places like that, people will get responses ready because they will go, oh, the Trump government, or just the US government in general, because it doesn't really matter, even if fucking Democrats were in charge, they're not going to reverse any of this shit. And even if they did, the Republicans would just reverse it again when they get back in power. the community response will just be like, oh, the government doesn't give a shit about us, so we'll just start organizing ourselves. And that will be that. It's unfortunate that a lot of posters on Blue Sky are largely the white Libby sort of leftists. Yeah, it's really, really cringe. It's proper cringe. Anyway, chat, I'll be back. I'm just going to feed the boy. Stretch your legs, go to the toilet, all that kind of business. Take your meds if you've not already. I'll see you in a sec. Okay. Here we go. Let's get back into it, chat. So, tariffs. US President Donald Trump signed executive order Monday delaying the July 9th tariff deadline to August the 1st, the White House says. Yeah, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Do we get a... Is there an article here? Anadolu English? Anadolu English. Whoa, Turkish foreign minister meets the UN chief at the BRICS summit in Brazil. Wait, what is happening with Turkey, dude? Are Turkey gonna join BRICS? Are they figuring it out? Are they like, yep. It's downhill from here.
Hello, my old chum.
Thank you so much for, what was that? Subscribing to my YouTube? Following? I had a follow? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. So this is not about the deadline. This is about the USA imposing 25% tariffs on Japan and South Korea. Any tariff increase will be matched on top of existing 25%, Trump warns in letters to countries' leaders. This is crazy, dude. What the fuck is he doing? He posted letters to Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba Shigeru and South Korean President Lee Jae-myung on social media saying, our relationship has been, unfortunately, far from reciprocal. likely referring to reciprocal tariffs. He urged both countries to produce their goods in the US as a way to bypass tariffs. He said that the 25% tariff is far less than the level needed to fully address the trade deficit imbalance with their countries. Trump also warned that tariffs could be raised above 25% if South Korea or Japan respond with their own tariffs on the US. If for any reason you decide to raise your tariffs, then whatever the number you choose to raise them by will be added onto the 25% that we charge. What's the end game here, man? What's the end game here? Just like 1,000,000% tariffs on everyone, everywhere? And then, what do you think that is going to do to countries like South Korea and Japan, whose closest partner, whose closest people in the region is China? Like, if you wanted to, like, go, okay, what do we get from the USA? What do we import from the USA? Can we get it from China? Probably. You know? Produce goods in the USA as a way to bypass tariffs. They'd probably just rather do that in China. Crazy. Just absolutely crazy shit, dude. Trump previously said he would send letters to various countries outlining the specific tariff rates starting Monday near the Wednesday deadline he'd set for trade deals to avoid much higher tariffs from the US. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told financial news outlet CNBC on Monday the US will make several trade announcements in the next 48 hours. Right, now if you want to get a picture of like how capitalism feels about this, chat, it's always good to go to the Financial Times. Look, someone has already searched Financial Times tariffs. Trump tariffs 4 hours ago. Tariffs were on par. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said on Monday reciprocal tariffs would now go into effect for all countries on August the 1st, granting them more time for trade negotiations. The scale of Trump's tariff threats on Monday knocked markets down despite the delay in their implementation. The S&P 500 was down 1.2% by lunchtime in New York. Meanwhile, Japanese, South Korean, and South African currencies all declined to about 1% against the US dollar. Interesting. In letters posted on his Truth Social platform, Trump said the US goods trade deficit with Japan and South Korea was a major threat to our economy and national security. Just say anything. Just say literally anything. You know? He also announced steep tariffs against Malaysia, Kazakhstan, Laos, and Myanmar. The US already has a series of sectoral tariffs on imports from all countries, including 25% tariff on autos and auto parts, 50% tariff on all imports of steel and aluminium. What he's probably hoping for is to just get as much money as possible from people who will continue to trade with the US. Because all of this will ultimately hurt the American people, right? But he doesn't care about that. He only cares about companies, of people, the people who own it that he knows, that he cares about, and however the US government can make money from this. That's all he cares about. Right? We have to think about this from like his perspective. He wants to make money. That's all he cares about. He wants the US government to make money so that he can like use whatever subsidies that he can give himself from that, give his own business interests or business interests of his friends from that. EU expected to sign a temporary trade deal with the US that will keep tariffs at 10%, while talks continue. Trade Commissioner Maros Sefcovic told member states on Monday the two sides were planning plans to reduce the 25% tariff on vehicles. No guarantee levies on steel will be reduced from their 50% level. Okay, well, not much opinion from the Financial Times here. UK officials hopeful steel industry will avoid 50% US tariffs. Yeah, but he just said that that's not going to happen. It's okay. I've reached my my limit of Financial Times articles for the day. The Asian factories on the front line. Can I read this? Oh, dude. Can I not just like... Never mind. That's how they get you, chat. That's how they fucking get you. So tariffs are back in a big way. Washington will impose 25% of Jeff. So we already read this. But you know, you got all the sycophants around the White House being like, you know, this person here, Washington columnist Rachel Bade, Capitol Bureau chief and senior Washington columnist, just glazing the shit out of Trump.
I called up President Donald Trump. He seemed to be in a good mood. Congress was on the cusp of delivering his big, beautiful bill, checking off campaign promises like no tax on tips and increased border enforcement. On July 4th, he'll sign that bill into law, despite months of the naysayers predicting that the legislation was doomed. Whether you love him or hate him, Trump is at the top of his game right now. His biggest wins in the past 2 weeks alone: number one, he greenlit an unprecedented U.S. strike on Iran. Then
Are you taking the piss? Are you taking the piss? Could you imagine if like Hitler had like a hype gal like this? Can you imagine it? Like, that's what we're living through, chat. This is Hitler's hype gal.
Then brokered an almost immediate.
Like, this is nonsense. It's fucking nonsense. Right in front of our eyes. It's like an immediate ceasefire deal. Immediate ceasefire deal. So good. So good. Like, what are you talking about? Like, the belligerent in the region was attacking the enemy of the United States and the belligerent. And Trump was like, yeah, this is really good, actually, because it means that we can enforce our hegemon in different ways. We can weaken the state that is like a direct threat to the USA. And we did nothing. We bombed the country alongside our belligerent attack dog in the region and achieved nothing. And then said, right, you got to stop. Incredible. Goebbels. Yeah, Joanna Goebbels.
Ceasefire deal. Number two, he watched NATO allies bow to his decades-old demand to pony up more on defense spending. Number three.
Dude, it is just crazy. It is crazy to sit there and glaze Trump for like doing stuff that Joe Biden probably would have also done, or Kamala Harris.
He saw the Supreme Court limit other judges' power to block his policies. And number four,
by like didn't he like arrest the Supreme Court judge?
On that big, beautiful bill, he totally quashed the GOP opposition. Remember all those conservatives and moderates threatening to vote no? Well, guess what? They caved. And one Republican who didn't, well, let's just say he's now headed for an early retirement, all because he
What is happening?
refused to get in line. That's Trump's version of presidential power.
Joanna fucking Goebbels. Top MAGA voices stunned by Trump administration debunking Epstein theories. Right, so this is something that happened as well, either today or over the weekend. The MAGA movement erupted in disbelief on Monday after top administration officials said convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein had not blackmailed elite figures, kept a client list, or been murdered in prison. Why it matters. MAGA's fundamental distrust of the deep state sparked years of conspiracy theories over Epstein's suicide in prison while facing federal sex trafficking charges. Now, even declarations from movement stalwarts like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, the two top officials at the FBI, are not enough to placate adherents. What they're saying. Social media lit up with posts casting doubt on the findings Sunday and Monday, even questioning the integrity of Patel, Bongino, and Pam Bondi, who were either long-standing allies of President Trump or prominent figures in the MAGA media themselves before entering the administration. Hey, PBP. Yeah, Bongino in it. Fucking FBI. Dan Bongino. Dan hitting the Bongino. Assuming this leaked Epstein files memo is true, then we all know this is a shameful cover-up to protect the most heinous elites, added influencer Rogan O'Handley, who goes by DC Drano. Axios first reported on Sunday that the Justice Department and FBI had written a memo saying they found no evidence Epstein had been murdered, kept a client list, or extorted powerful figures. The administration also released video from the hours before Epstein's death, showing that nobody else had entered his cell. The memo said that okay, whatever. The memo said nobody else involved in the Epstein case will be charged, and that the administration would not release any material in its possession detailing child sexual abuse or information on Epstein's victims. Nobody else involved in the Epstein case will be charged. They're just gonna get away with this, dude. They're just gonna get away with this. It doesn't matter how many MAGA Republicans, respond and go like, nah, because even if there's like a full-blown revolution in the USA where like, MAGA Republicans begrudgingly shake hands with Antifa and go, yeah, we gotta get this guy out, bro. we gotta come together and fight for America and get these guys out. Even if all the billionaires are like expelled from the USA and the people of the USA are like left to fend for themselves, they will just like go to fucking Israel or some shit. What is Israel famous for? American child molesters converting to Judaism and going there and escaping justice. Trump will simply become Jewish and go there and be like, yeah, man, I'm a Jew now and I'm gonna live in Israel. I mean, he probably wouldn't go to Israel because he knows it's like a failed state and there's bound to be some kind of fucking revolution there as well. Well, there is a revolution currently struggling to fight against the intense genocide and occupation, but, anyway. This is crazy, dude. Patel and Bongino were both prominent purveyors of conspiracy theories around Epstein's death as influencers prior to Trump's inauguration. This is crazy. This is crazy. And apparently the Department of Justice and FBI are saying that there's no evidence that he was murdered. Not that there was no evidence that he killed himself. Crazy. That's fucking crazy, dude. Alright. There's the US update. We got the UK update coming in strong. I just closed the tab. What the fuck am I doing? Okay. So, as you're all probably aware, Palestine Action was prescribed as a terrorist organization in the UK. On Friday, finally, the High Court rejected an appeal for interim relief for the organization from one of the founders, Huda Amori. There will still be a legal challenge after a period of time, I believe, from the group's founder. I think that's going to happen on the 21st of July. But until then, any expression of support for Palestine Action will be seen as an act of terrorism from people in the UK. If you're outside of the UK, I believe you're safe for now. But I probably wouldn't test it. And the proof in the pudding here is in Defend Our Juries, who, after the ban happened, Defend Our Juries are basically a scrutiny group who look at the way that laws are being enacted in the UK, the way that they're being acted on, and they wanted to test what the ban and what the state response to people who breach certain aspects of the ban would be. So Defend Our Juries basically staged a protest underneath the Gandhi statue in Parliament Square, and 27 people were arrested for the alleged supporting of a prescribed organisation. The group of 27 people, including a priest, an emeritus professor, and a number of health professionals, were arrested, basically for holding signs saying, "I oppose genocide and support Palestine Action," and wearing t-shirts with Palestine Action on as well. So a bunch of people were arrested. So these people are all now terrorists, according to the UK government, according to the cops. It is completely beyond the pale, folks. We have moved beyond normal turf island business. Absolutely fucking insane. There she is. A threat to us, a threat to our national security, this 83-year-old priest. It's just good stuff, innit? It's just normal, cool stuff. We got some more stuff on this, I believe. So we had reports saying that 2 women walking up to a protest today at BAE Sainsbury. So that's a weapons factory, BAE Systems in Sainsbury in Lancashire. They were stopped by Lancashire police and advised to remove their t-shirts that just say Free Palestine, not anything to do with Palestine action, as it may breach the prescription order. Now, this could be a couple of things. This is Netpol reporting this. Netpol are pretty good in terms of police monitoring in the UK. So it could be a couple of things. It could just be like idiot cops not understanding what the prescription order means, or cops who are trying to push the boundaries of what the prescription order means. Because, of course, it is not a terror offense to say Free Palestine. It is not a terror offense to say I support Palestinian liberation in the UK yet. So this person, posting on behalf of Netpol here has said, and so it begins. It very well may be the way that things go. So yeah, there has been an update with this in particular, though. All 27 people were released. We reported on this on Red Planet last night. All 27 people who were arrested have been released. They have got bail conditions, or well, release conditions. I don't know if they had to pay bail or whatever. They have conditions of not attending. This is crazy, by the way. I just want to talk about the wording that the police used, the Met Police used here. The conditions of their release is that they don't support any Palestine action protests. They don't go to any Palestine action protests. That is everybody's condition. Nobody in the UK is allowed to do that. Right? Wild shit. Those are the conditions. Don't go to any Palestine action protests. Yeah, no one's allowed to do that, dude. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? They are also going to have an investigation. But of course, this is going to be monitored by the organization Defend Our Juries. And obviously we'll have more updates as that happens. But this is the furthering of the UK police state. Again, I'm going to, just remind everybody, just remind anyone who's listening, whether this ends up being like an edited thing for the Twitch Clips channel or whatever. Hello, YouTube. I see you there. Thank you for supporting me on YouTube. Anyone here who's, listening, that Palestine actionists were being charged under terror laws, under terror offenses, with terror offenses, I should say. Palestine actionists were being charged with terror offenses even before the prescription. So it is reasonable to look at this prescription as just a rubber stamp to basically go, well, we were doing this anyway, so this means that everything that we're doing now is okay. And that, we absolutely are going to be able to prosecute these people under terrorism laws. So that's the way to look at it. Again, another way to look at it is that it is completely absurd that they have been banned. And by the way, I know my rights in reporting on this. I know that it is absolutely legal for me to say that I completely disagree with them being prescribed. I think it's absurd that they've been prescribed as a terrorist organization. They've not killed anyone. They've not harmed anyone. They've not attacked anyone. They have only interrupted the illegal weapons trade. It is illegal under international law at the moment to be supplying a country with arms that is suspected of committing a genocide against an ethnic group, and that is what the international court have said about Israel. So completely insane that this has happened, but here we go. And again, it is not a terror offense to do similar actions to what Palestine Action have been doing. So it is completely bizarre. The group itself, or supporting the group itself, or expressing support for the group, apparently that's a terrorist offense. But if you go and do actions that they were doing, like, for example, criminal damage against Elbit weapons factories, that's not a terror offense. So, make it make sense. It's completely bizarre. That'll probably be the next step for the UK state if people continue to do it. It's going to be some kind of a scare tactic to try and stop people from doing it, but people will just continue to do it because that is just what happens. You cannot stop this kind of an action from happening if you oppress people. if you just continue to oppress people, if you continue to be complicit in genocide, the people in the UK will just continue to fight back. There is even a Times article, I believe, about this, which is crazy. I'm not going to be able to read this because it's the Times. But, you know, this headline is crazy. From the Times. This is like right-wing Murdoch press. Palestine action is malign, but terror status goes too far. The antics of such groups are frequently criminal, but branding them acts of terrorism was a misuse of the law. I don't know who this journalist is. Who is this? Oh, this is an editorial. You are kidding. This is an editorial. That's wild. That's wild that this is a fucking editorial. No way, dude. I cannot believe it. But there you go. You know, that's the state of it. That's the state of things. In other good news, we touched on this very briefly last week when this was brought to my attention by Steph. We got Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana co-founding a new political party. Now, there's no details of this yet, but Zara Sultana essentially said on Thursday, after the welfare cuts vote, that she couldn't possibly be a Labour MP anymore. I believe that what happened is that she was suspended from the Labour Party for voting against the welfare cuts, the welfare bill that they rushed through and haphazardly chopped and changed as it was being voted on, so that people didn't know what they were voting for. And Zara Sultana voted against it anyway, because she's based and doesn't hate disabled people. She's one of the few people who did it. And, you know, dropped the bombshell that her and Jeremy Corbyn and other independent MPs are going to be forming a new political group. Now, this is great. A lot of people have said, oh, this is going to divide the left vote, etc., etc. I don't care about any of that, especially when Zach Polanski, who's the leader of the Green Party, hopeful, well, he's not the leader of the Green Party, he's a leadership vote hopeful. And I would advise people to go and take a look at Zach Polanski's politics. I mean, we could do it like pretty quickly. Zach Polanski. Take a quick look at his Wikipedia. I didn't know he had a Wikipedia page. That's pretty interesting. He is a British politician. He's been the deputy leader of the Green Party since 2022. He's been a London-wide member of the London Assembly. So, a 25-member elected body part of the Greater London Authority that scrutinises the activities of the Mayor of London and has the power with a 2/3 supermajority to amend the Mayor's annual budget and all that kind of business. He was born David Paulden in Salford. He's from Salford. He's a Salford boy. So that's why I love him particularly. Salford is literally next to Manchester. It's part of the, combined authority of Greater Manchester. He was born to a Jewish family that moved to the UK from mainland Europe in the early 20th century. They had adopted the name of Paulden in hopes of evading anti-Semitism. Changed his family name back to Polanski, saying it was important for him to find pride and not shame in his identity based. He went to Stockport Grammar, Aberystwyth University. He went to drama school in Georgia in the United States, then moved to London. He's gay, vegan, and lives in Hackney. More importantly, he is an anti-Zionist. In June 2016, he heckled Jeremy Corbyn at a Momentum rally due to Corbyn's stance on the EU. That's pretty funny. He left the Liberal Democrats and joined the Greens. So there's a Green candidate in cities of London and Westminster. Polanski was... What do we got? This is just his life. Do we not get like a pretty solid layout of his politics? Anyway, I've seen him express socialist views. He said that he wants to take the Green Party in a direction that would be more socialist and have better social safety nets. And I think that that's pretty good. And he has said explicitly that he would be open to working with any new socialist alternative from Zara Sultana and Jeremy Corbyn and the other independent MPs that will be involved in that. So I'm not particularly concerned about it splitting any left-wing vote. I think that if anything, there would probably be a coalition of left-wing parties and maybe the Liberal Democrats. Depends. Don't know. It's new territory. It's fresh new territory. It's the only reasonable thing to expect, with the only other option being Reform and the Conservatives and Labour. They're literally all just like right-wing parties. You know, hey Reaver Claw, hello Marsha S, welcome to the stream, how are you doing? So yeah, here's Zara Sultana's statement anyway. She says, today, after 14 years, I'm resigning from the Labour Party. Jeremy Corbyn and I will co-lead the founding of a new party with other independent MPs, campaigners and activists across the country. Westminster is broken, but the real crisis is deeper. Just 50 families now own more wealth than half the UK population. Poverty is growing, inequality is obscene. The two-party system offers nothing but managed decline and broken promises. A year ago, I was suspended by the Labour Party for voting to abolish the 2-child benefit cap and lift 400,000 children out of poverty. I'd do it again. I voted against scrapping winter fuel payments for pensioners. I'd do it again. Now the government wants to make disabled people suffer. They just can't decide how much. Meanwhile, a billionaire-backed grifter is leading the polls because Labour has completely failed to improve people's lives. She's talking about Nigel Farage, by the way. And across the political establishment, from Farage to Starmer, they smear people of conscience trying to stop a genocide in Gaza as terrorists. But the truth is clear, this government is an active participant in genocide and the British people oppose it. We're not going to take this anymore. We're not an island of strangers, we're an island of suffering. We need homes and lives that we can actually afford, not rip-off bills to pay every month to a tiny elite bathing in cash. We need our money spent on public services, not forever wars. In 2029, the choice will be stark socialism or barbarism. Let's go. So there you go. Pretty fucking based. What else do we got here? Any other UK news? Yeah, we got the fascist Gestapo arresting another old woman here. Really, really cool stuff. So good that those weapons factories can sleep safely in their beds tonight. Yeah, that's so good, isn't it? You know? Some funny stuff regarding Reform UK. We got Lee Anderson here. He's probably one of the worst people in the world, not just in the Reform UK party. Statement from Reform UK. Let's see what it's saying. When did this come out? This came out on July the 5th, so this was this Saturday. Reform UK. I've received a call from James McMurdoch, who has advised me as Chief Whip that he has removed the party whip from himself, pending the outcome of an investigation into allegations that are likely to be published by a national newspaper. The allegations relate to business propriety during the pandemic and before he became an MP. At Reform UK, we take these matters very seriously, and James has agreed to cooperate in full with any investigation. We will not be commenting further at this moment. What do you think? What do you think this is going to be to do with, chat? What could this possibly mean? What was this person in the replies? This isn't Reform falling apart, it's actually the opposite. This is what accountability and transparency looks like. James hasn't been found guilty of anything, but he's stepped back, removed the whip from himself, he's cooperating fully. That's more class and professionalism than we've seen from Rupert, who responded to serious issues with denial, deflection and ego. Reform isn't hiding anything, they're handling it like grown-ups, something the uni party could learn from. Okay. All right. I don't know enough about the UK to know what this means. So James McMurdoch is a Reform MP, and Lee Anderson is the Chief Whip. So he's like one of the leaders of the party, like for the MPs, who like advises them on the line that the party has on what to vote on. And he's basically saying to his boss, yo, some allegations are going to be published about me in a paper, in a leading national newspaper, and so I'm going to step back from the organization until that happens. So it could be anything from sexual abuse, child abuse allegations. It could be fucking anything. It could be murder. It could be shady dealings, sleaze, shaking hands under the table. Yeah, Reform are far right. Yeah, they're the fascist party, yeah. Even though you could argue that the Labour Party is fascist at this point, because they are. They provably are. So some fun stuff from Reform there. Next up, we got Searchlight Magazine. Whoops, sorry about that. Richard Inman, one of Tommy Robinson's main organisers, has joined Ben Habib's newly launched Advance UK. So this is just more and more examples of the UK far-right parties splitting off into loads of different factions because they cannot organise, they cannot possibly be together in any particular way. You've got Lawrence Fox, who's got the Reclaim Party. You've got Tommy Robinson with fucking EDL or whatever. You've got, Ben Habib with Advance UK. It's just all splitting off into various different things because they all hate each other. They can't stand each other because they're all focused on egos. And that's what fascism is. That's what fascism does. It just literally is, kill everybody until there's only a few people left and then kill each other. But they can't even wait for that shit. They're all just like attacking each other anyway. It's crazy, man. They talk about leftist infighting all the time, but I've never seen organizations like right-wing quote-unquote organizations I've never seen organizations like that. I fucked up that. I fucked that fucking soundbite up. I was gonna say I've never seen organizations fall apart so easily like right-wing quote organizations in quotation marks. Whatever. I can't even do this fucking shit today. All right. One final bit. This is going to annoy me if it's going to show me donations that are going to Stonewall UK. This is going to fucking annoy me because apparently this new Stonewall strategy, the new strategy, has apparently got nothing to do with trans people. There's not one mention of trans people in it. So the UK organisation Stonewall, that takes its name from the movement that was born from black trans women, trans women of colour, leading the charge against oppression in the USA, taking its name from that, and now its new strategy apparently doesn't have anything about trying to fight transphobia in the UK. Let's have a read through and see if that's true. We'll work with every person who is lesbian, gay, bi, trans, queer, is living free from discrimination, prejudice, and inequality, making our shared future safer, fairer, and more prosperous. Okay, how are we going to do that? Strategic Objectives 2025 to 2028. Provide leadership to navigate turbulence for LGBTQ issues and work in coalition to protect and improve LGBTQ plus rights across the 4 UK nations and beyond. Shape a policy and legislative agenda through working in partnerships that's focused on improving LGBTQ plus lives day in, day out, using data and evidence. Support the development of safe and inclusive places where everyone can play and succeed throughout their lives. Navigating turbulence. Times have always been turbulent for the LGBTQ plus community. Many different strategies have been adapted to navigate them. Globally, we are in the midst of a cultural backlash and moral panic. It's a time of regressive laws and curtailing freedoms and the rise of populist movements. We are reminded yet again that hard-won rights are not always secure. We are undoubtedly in another period of turbulence. We will forge and strengthen coalitions, actively engage in building dynamic coalitions within the global LGBTQ plus movement and with partners in the public and private sector, civil society, and parliamentarians to stand firm in the face of regressive policies that impact LGBTQ plus people and other marginalized communities. Empower through education and support. Convene, develop, and support impactful programs. Okay. Use data evidence and real life stories as the foundation for advocacy, creating compelling narratives. Yeah. During the darkest days, we buried our friends. In the morning, we protested. In the afternoon, and we danced all night. The dance kept us in the fight because it was the dance we were fighting for. Didn't look like we were going to win then, and we did. It doesn't feel like we're going to win now, but we could keep fighting and keep dancing. Yeah, in most organizations that I've been in and looked at and, been part of, if they have released anything about queer rights, they have focused on the fact that trans people are the current target of queerphobia. What's going on here? Wait, what is happening? Wait, I've just realized this. Originally, Stonewall's goal was the repeal of Section 28 and subsequently creating a legislative and policy agenda that was extremely successful and changed the landscape for LGBT in brackets and those who support them in the UK. Ooh, This is far worse than I thought. Are you fucking joking me? This is fucking crazy, dude. This is absolutely fucking crazy. Why have they done this? Why have they done that? This is a fucking dead org, man. This is a dead org. They are not talking about anything particularly about trans people. They even have a quote from a fucking trans woman here. We will shape a policy and legislative agenda through working in partnerships focused on improving queer lives, yeah. Sustainable long-term change is created through a mix of societal change. Legislative action can't be achieved alone, yeah. Queer politicians with reasons to deliver change. Together we must educate, motivate, inspire lawmakers, improve the laws and policies which impact LGBTQ plus people. Yeah, talk about trans people. Talk about the laws. Talk about the Supreme Court ruling. Undertake research with partners to inform our priorities and elevate the voices and needs of all members. Convene and mobilize, working with others across civil society, the public sector, and business communities to effectively advocate for equality and LGBTQ plus rights. This is crazy, man. Sylvia Rivera as well. Like, literally taking quotes from trans women where earlier in the fucking, on the page, you put the T in brackets, LGB people. This is a turf dog whistle. This is literally a turf dog whistle in Stonewall's new 2025 strategy, 2025 to 2028. The next 3 years, they don't give a fuck about trans people. This is crazy, dude. If they don't release a statement to clarify this, they can fucking forget it. They can fucking forget it. LGBTQ plus people are in the same place as everybody else. Together, we need to ensure that they're equally safe, protected, and heard. A programmatic and campaigning work with businesses, organizations, institutions, and public cultural bodies is driven by the knowledge that LGBTQ plus people deserve to live, work, play in environments where they can succeed. Design data and evidence-led programs that help create inclusive environments for LGBTQ plus people, support workplaces who want to create high-performing and inclusive cultures that attract, retain, and develop LGBTQ plus people. Like, no mention of what's happened to trans people whatsoever, whilst also appropriating quotes from trans people, Marsha Johnson and Sylvia Rivera, and actively having a turf dog whistle in the statement, in the strategy statement. Completely fucked. Hey, Emmy, how you doing? Yeah, no, this is fucked. Completely fucked. You can support trans women by going and supporting Emmy's stream, by the way. So go and follow her. They need to fire whoever wrote this because they clearly have something wrong going on with them. I don't think it's about who wrote this. I think there's some deep rot at the top. I think there's some deep rot at the top, and I think that there's more stuff going on here than we know about. Should we see if they've said anything on Twitter? Yeah, you know how it is, Emmy. It's actually disgusting. Yeah. Have they said anything about this? They haven't posted since December 20th, 2024. Okay. So one month ago, conversion practices are so damaging to an individual. Conversion practice survivor experienced Metro. Impact stays with him. Gay conversion therapy. Reposted Trans History Week. That's a repost. Reposting the Guardian article. LGBTQ plus charity is one of genuine crisis for trans people after UK ruling. Stonewall said, after following the Supreme Court ruling, we've written a letter to the Prime Minister with 14 national LGBTQ plus charities. We've asked for an urgent meeting to discuss the crisis for the rights and inclusion of trans people and how we can ensure their safety. You see, this is bizarre. This is what I'm talking about. They seem to be posting about trans rights, but they haven't mentioned it specifically in their strategy. I think that they need to be asked for a statement here. If people haven't already asked them for a statement, they need to. I don't know. I don't have a lot of followers on fucking Twitter or whatever, on Blue Sky or whatever, but hey Yanni, how you doing? It's not just what they're saying, it's what they're not saying. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You're one of my first follows? Hell yeah. That's real shit. Hey Stonewall, can you clarify as to why you have a turf dog whistle in your 2025 to 2028 strategy statement, and also no specific mention of the attacks on trans rights in the strategy statement either? I know you have posted about trans rights and the Supreme Court decision, but this feels pretty offensive to most trans people and allies, considering the current state of affairs. I'm gonna have to put that in the next one. Yeah, people need to drag Stonewall through the mud for this. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do a video or like a TikTok about this coverage that I'm doing here, because this is just so bad. Yeah, I mean, you know, yell at them. Like, you know, we need to make our voices heard here. Like, they need to be louder about trans people. They need to be louder about trans rights. You can't just, like, release a strategy in the current period of time where trans rights are so specifically under attack. Absolutely. I am one of the biggest proponents of trying to remind cis queer people that they are coming for us next. And a lot of them, the TERFs I'm talking about, are already coming for us. They already hate every queer person ever. It's not just about trans people for a lot of them. But specifically, the people who are the most at risk materially in our community right now are trans people. Even if attacks start happening against cis queer people, even if the rhetoric scales up, trans people are still going to be the most disenfranchised, marginalized people in our community. It is imperative. It is imperative that an organization such as Stonewall, that again dares to use quotes from trans people who led the movement, the beginning of the movement in the 70s and the 80s, Sylvia Rivera, Marsha P. Johnson, It is imperative that an organization who uses those kinds of quotes specifically talks about what is going on with trans people in their fucking strategy. This is crazy that they haven't done this. I just cannot believe it. It is so disheartening. And again, like another reason as to why community organizations need to be made. Like we need a queer union that is not a charity, that isn't doing like charity shit, that is doing actual organizing and providing actual mutual care and support for trans people and queer people just in general. It's moral cowardice, even if they literally aren't captured by TERFs. It just means they're useless and terrified of TERFs that they're trying to compromise with them. Yeah, it fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. Anyway, there we go. We've reached the end of the news segment, chat. Well done. We got through it. I've been streaming for 3 hours at this point. Please consider giving me money. This is my full-time job at the minute. I don't have a job. I'm on benefits. It's pretty fucking ropey at the moment. Please consider donating to the stream via the sub off Twitch Streamlabs link there in the chat. You can also become a patron of mine if you go to Patreon. Subscribe at one of the 4 tiers that is on there. You can subscribe from as little as £2 a month, and that would be very, very appreciated. You get loads of benefits from it, etc., etc. But also you could subscribe here on Twitch. That would be very much appreciated. And also you can go to my socials if you don't have any money, and you can just subscribe, follow, retweet, like, leave me a comment on any post on my socials, and that will help me out. It'll also make me feel good. And also you can retweet or repost the go live tweet. We got some brain rot to get through, but maybe we could save this for tomorrow. I don't know how much news there's going to be tomorrow. I feel like that's pretty much all the news from like the last 4 days. It could end up being a slow news week this week. Don't know. But we got a couple of things that we could do. We could do one of the most Zoomer Historian, who is a fucking loser Britbonger who has 221,000 subscribers, 95 videos, who basically just does Nazi apology videos. Adolf Hitler's revolution. Oh my god. Like, this guy is just a Nazi. This guy is just a fucking Nazi. He's got like the Rhodesia myth, why Rhodesia really fell. This is just some crazy shit, dude. So we could Historian, or this is one of those simplified cartoon history channels. Yeah. So we could have a look at this guy and get mad at him. Or we could check this guy out, Auditing Britain, which could be funny. Because I don't really like know much about this guy. Other than like he follows police around, and I don't know if he does it in like a based way. Not entirely sure, but we could have a look at that. Or we could watch Rick Steves Iran, which would be really, really like cute and fun. And you know, it's up to you, chat. Like whatever you fancy. Do a 1 for the weird racist Nazi guy, Zoomer Historian. 2 for Auditing Britain's police. Or 3 for Rick Steves Iran. Just those numbers. Put them in the chat. I'm just going to go and warm up my dinner. I'm going to be eating my dinner while we watch this. So while I go and warm up my dinner, you vote. You vote in the chat. And we'll be back. I'll be back.
Hello, me old chum.
Hey, Alice McGee, welcome to the stream. What was 3? 3 was Rick Steves Iran, yeah. Alright, looks like we're going to be watching Iran. Yeah, cool. Okay, alright. Alright. Very few Zoomers you know would describe themselves as Zoomers. I think this guy is definitely a Zoomer. Like, listen to him.
Egregious myths of the Third Reich is that those who did not have blonde hair and blue eyes were treated differently.
We'll watch this tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow's brain rot. Oh, excuse me. Okay, chat. We're going to watch Rick Steves Iran. Get ready to learn about Iran. The crazy shit that you never heard, that you thought was real, but isn't real, but you thought was fake, and it's not. It's fake. It is fake. I don't know. I've not got a better interview for this. I've not got a better intro. What am I talking about? Interview? What am I on about?
I'm Rick Steves, in what just might be the most fascinating and surprising land I've ever visited.
He's so fucking...
here to learn, to understand, and to make some friends. Thanks for joining us.
He's literally so cute, this guy.
Like most Americans, I know almost nothing about Iran. For me, this is a journey of discovery. What are my hopes? To enjoy a rich and fascinating culture, to get to know a nation that's a leader in its corner of the world and has been for 2,500 years, and to better understand the 70
wholesome, that's the word I was looking for.
This place home.
Wait.
Like most Americans, I know almost nothing about...
Stop there, innit? There's your first gag. You get that one for free. The rest of £5.
Iran. For me, this is a journey of discovery.
£5 each.
What are my hopes? To enjoy a rich and fascinating culture, to get to know a nation that's a leader in its corner of the world and has been for 2,500 years, and to better understand the 70 million people who call this place home.
We'll show the splendid monuments of Iran's rich and glorious past, discuss the 20th century story of this perplexing nation, and experience Iranian life today in its giant metropolis, historic capital, and a countryside village.
Salam.
Most important, we'll meet and talk with the people whose government so exasperates America. We'll go to Friday prayers in a leading mosque, consider the challenges confronting Iran's youth, enjoy the hospitality of a family dinner, and survive the crazy Tehran traffic before experiencing the tranquility of rural life and meeting joyful school kids on a field trip. Iran, twice the...
I guarantee in this, like, first, I don't know, what has it been, minute? In this first minute, most Americans will be like, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's all propaganda. They won't be this happy. They're all living in mud huts. What the hell, dude? What the hell? There's no way they have cars. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Friday, enjoy it before experiencing,
you know,
increasingly important corner of Asia, surrounded by Turkey, Iraq, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. We start in the capital, Tehran. Follow an ancient trade route south to the village of Abiane, to Esfahan, to Shiraz, and finish at Persepolis.
Every country, including our own, limits access to foreign film crews. We're here in Iran with the permission of the Iranian government, and we're working within the limits it sets as we explore this complex society. Knowing we're here to explore social and cultural dimensions rather than contentious political issues, the Iranian government is allowing our work. It believes the Western media has given Iran an unfair image.
That about actually how Americans think about Africa. PvP, loads of Americans think this way about Iran. They think like Middle East, and they just think, yeah, they live in like tents and shit.
They gave us our visas, provided we...
Some fucking people in the UK think like that.
Respect its limits.
In fact, a lot of people in the UK think like that.
Enforced by our guide. His job? Keep us safe, manage the complicated permissions, and keep an eye on what we're shooting. Tehran, a youthful, noisy capital city, is the modern heart of this country. It's a smoggy, mile-high metropolis. With a teeming population of about 10 million, its apartment blocks stretch far into
Don't
the
worry, I'll
surrounding
always be there to remind you, PvP.
Traffic is notorious here. My first impression, wild drivers. But after surviving my first day, I realized they were experts at keeping things moving. Many major streets actually intersect without the help of traffic lights. It's different, but it seems to work. 2 wheels are faster than 4. Helmet laws are generally ignored.
Well, this is from like 2009 Sorka. So they probably don't have to deal with modern cars still nowadays because of the sanctions, but this is still going to be dated anyway because, yeah. But yeah, you're right.
Sometimes the direction of traffic is ignored as well. Okay, to cross town quickly, motorcycle taxis are a blessing. But wear that helmet. I'd rather leave a little paint on passing buses than a piece of scalp. Pedestrians fend for themselves, negotiating traffic as you cross the street.
Look at this guy! Look at this guy!
Locals say it's like going to Chechnya. Immersed in the commotion of a busy workday, apart from the chador-covered women and lack of Western fast food chains, Tehran seemed much like any city in the developing world.
Yeah, but all that stuff is really good. Obviously, I'm not commenting on women, you know, covering their hair and stuff. Like, women should be allowed to do whatever they want with their bodies, right? And what they wear, that's my opinion. But, you know, well, it's just true, isn't it? That's just generally like, if you want to wear a niqab, wear a niqab. If you want to wear a bikini, wear a bikini. Who cares, right? Do what you want. You should be allowed to have that choice. However, so based that they don't have any fucking American fast food chains. Hell yeah, dude. That's fucking great. That's good. Never allow McDonald's to, you know, sully your country. Never allow it.
If you need to get somewhere in a hurry, or if your motorcycle taxi is under some big bus, thank goodness for the subway. Tehran's thriving subway moves over 1 million people a day.
This subway system is really as good as anything I've seen in Europe.
Of Iran's 70 million people, well over half are under the age of 30. While there are plenty of minorities, the Persian population dominates. The local ethnicity reflects the turmoil of this country's long history. You'll find people with Greek, Arab, Turk, Mongol, Kurdish, and Azerbaijani heritage. Iranians are not Arabs, and they don't speak Arabic. This is an important issue with the people of Iran. They are Persians, and they speak Farsi. Faces seem to tell a story and are quick to smile, especially when they see a film crew from the USA. Actually, we found that the easiest way to get a smile was to tell people where we're from.
I'm from the United States.
Oh, you're from the United States?
Yeah.
Okay.
America? No. Yeah. It's true. Yes, it's actually true.
I love you, America.
That's crazy. Thank you.
Melpert, what are you doing?
I was impressed by how the people
What are you doing, buddy?
Curious and eager to talk. Young, educated people are internet savvy and well informed about the West. They generally spoke some English. Anywhere foreigners went, signs were bilingual, Farsi for locals, and English for everyone else.
What the fuck are you doing, bud?
The script looks Arabic to me, but I learned, like the language, it's Farsi. The numbers, however, are the same as those used in the Arab world. Another communication challenge, people here have to deal with different calendars. Persian and Muslim for local affairs, Western for dealing with the outside world. What year is it? Well, it depends. After Muhammad, about 1,390 years ago. After Christ, 2,000 and some years ago. And all this complexity is the result of a long and tumultuous history. The National Museum of Iran helps to give an appreciation of this country's rich heritage. At first, I was disappointed by what seemed like a humble collection for such a great culture. Then I learned that most of its treasures were destroyed or looted by invaders, and much of what survived was taken away to the great museums in the West. The collection starts in prehistoric times, back when nomadic hunters were becoming farmers. This bronze plaque, featuring Gilgamesh, dates from about 1000 BC, a time when this region was in the realm of Mesopotamia. Then, in about 500 BC, with the great kings Darius and Xerxes, the mighty Persian Empire was established. Their art glorified their kings and the notion of peace through strength. Culture flourished, and it was about this time that, with cuneiform, the Persian language was first put into writing.
Yeah, that's so true, Sorka. It's like people just rebranded AD as current era. Like they're like enlightened and secular. It's like, no, you're just doing Christianity still. It's literally like three different types of year in Iran because they're so smart. They're like, well, it's 2,000 years after Christ. It's 3,000 years after Muhammad. You know? Hailing Retro, how you doing? It's really bad we still use a calendar designed to erase human history from prior to Christianity. Yes. Very negatively. Very negative for us to see history that way. You're right, yeah. There's still the Julian calendar, I don't know.
The Persian Empire was conquered by Alexander the Great from Greece. Later, a second Persian Empire was conquered by Arabs. Then came invasions by Turks and Mongols. Finally, with the establishment of a third Persian Empire in the 16th
second Persian Empire? You've already had one.
A renaissance. While it's weathered wave after wave of conquerors, the essence of today's Iranian culture is still rooted in that first Persian Empire from 2,500 years ago.
Persia. At the turn of the century, a poor agricultural country, rich only in legend and undeveloped natural resources.
Listen to this fucking propaganda, chat. Listen to this Atlantic accent. This horrific Atlantic accent propaganda imperialist scum. Rich only in history and underdeveloped natural resources, completely dehumanizing the entire nation.
In the 20th century, with
there's no people there.
Discovery of its vast oil
they don't know what they're doing.
Iran became entwined with the West.
Oil was struck at last, and drilling commenced.
During World War II, Iran was a vital oil resource for the Allies. After the war, Iran's young Shah, or king, Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, became more closely involved with the West. Oil flowed easy, and he was a friend of Western oil companies. Then things changed.
Oil again poses a threat to peace, and the Middle East again becomes a trouble spot, as Iran's vast petroleum reserves arouse nationalists.
In 1951...
Oh no! Trouble in the Middle East. The people there want self-determination. That's so scary.
The popular Prime Minister Mossadegh nationalized Iran's foreign oil industry.
Go on, Mossadegh!
Oil, the Shah was forced into exile. This is when the
fuck you, Shah
between Iran and the United States began.
Yeah, the troubled relationship in the United States killed Mossadegh or some shit.
Every Iranian school kid knows the date 1953. That's when the CIA engineered a coup that overthrew the democratically elected Prime Minister Mossadegh. He had angered the West by nationalizing Iranian oil, so they installed the pro-Western Shah instead.
I don't think they killed Mossadegh, by the way. I think I'm wrong about that. I think he just got exiled.
Former Premier Mossadegh's ruined house is a mute testimony to 3 days of bloody rioting, culminating in a military coup from which the one-time dictator of Iran fled for his life. The Shah, who had fled to Rome, comes home, backed by General Zahedi, military strongman, who engineered his return to power. Iranian oil may again flow westward.
Back on the throne, the Shah allowed Western oil companies to run Iran's oil industry again. With the profits, he modernized the country. Through the 60s, there was a return to stability, and the Shah was a key American ally in the Middle East. The Shah ruled in royal opulence from grand palaces. He enjoyed summers in this one until the late 1970s. Strolling through its fine rooms, visitors are reminded how the Shah lived in extreme luxury. But his materialistic decadence and pro-Western policies offended Iran's conservatives and alienated...
He tells it so weirdly, like, and explain like I'm 5 on geopolitical assassinations for 5-year-olds,
The
yeah.
unrest led to crackdowns.
Well, I think that's why, like, what Alejandro's saying, this aired on PBS regularly. Like, that's why, because, like, Americans, like, because of their lack of education and, like, predisposition to, like, hate anyone not white, they wouldn't have watched this. Like, most uneducated Americans, which is unfortunately a majority of the population, would have just never watched this. They would have been like, this is so boring. Fucking
history, man. Forces that tortured and killed thousands. All of this,
even though it's on PBS,
revolutionary movement, and burned into the national psyche a fear of American meddling in internal Iranian affairs. After 25 years of the Shah's rule, the Islamic Revolution threw him out and brought Ayatollah Khomeini back from exile. That revolution and the Ayatollah established the Islamic Republic, which rules to this day. Walking the streets here, I felt a disturbing presence of government.
Alhamdulillah, brother.
It's not a democracy. In 1979, the new government brought Iran not freedom, but what they call a revolution of values. It legislated morality, such as no alcohol and no casual sex. As far as many parents are concerned here, it's family values. Iran is ruled by a theocracy. They may have a president, but the top religious official, a man called the Supreme Leader, has the ultimate authority. His picture, not the president's, is everywhere. Religious offering boxes are on every street corner. The days when the Shah's men boasted that miniskirts in Tehran were shorter than those in Paris are clearly long gone. Women must dress modestly and are segregated in places like classrooms.
English only in the chat, please, Juan Lachero.
And buses. And yet here in the Islamic Republic of Iran, to me the atmosphere felt surprisingly secular.
I.e., don't be a fucking coward and say it to my face in a language that I know, even though I just translated what you said.
Compared to other Muslim countries.
You fucking little pussy.
Skylines are not punctuated with minarets. I barely heard a call to prayer. Except for women's dress codes and the lack of American products and advertising, life on the streets here seemed much the same as in secular cities elsewhere in the developing world. While relatively uncluttered with commercial advertising, there are plenty of billboards and murals, and they pack a powerful propaganda message. Some religious murals are uplifting. This one is a Shiite scripture claiming the most caring help is to give good advice.
Oh yeah.
Yet others are troubling and hateful. This one condemns what's considered American imperialism with skulls and dropping bombs rather than stars and stripes.
Hell yeah. They're right. Why are you booing? They're right.
And this one glorifies Hezbollah fighters and their struggle with Israel, which many here consider America's 51st state. This
is crazy that he's just saying this so casually.
Mural honors a martyr, one of hundreds of thousands who died fighting Saddam Hussein back in the 1980s. These murals mix religion, patriotism, and a heritage of dealing with foreign intervention. While I find some of them offensive,
hey, non to speak, how's it going?
Fear and the spine of a people whose values are threatened. The greatest concentration of anti-American murals surrounds the former U.S. Embassy. In 1979, Iranian university students successfully stormed the embassy. They took 52 hostages and held them with the world looking on for 444 days. Some Iranians claim the hostage crisis was a way to radicalize the Islamic Revolution and put the hardliners in power. Others say it was a preemptive strike to stop the United States from orchestrating a military coup designed to overthrow their theocracy and put the Shah back in power.
Yeah, I mean, they're always trying to do that, so...
The extradition of the Shah, who is in exile in the United States.
Kind of makes sense.
Today it feels like the hostage crisis is old news and younger Iranians have moved on. The murals seem to drone on like an unwanted call to battle. A call which people I encountered, it seems, had...
Oh, Rick. Oh, Rick. Damn. Look how much fucking war is in the history of Iran. That's crazy, dude. Reality has a left-wing bias. I'm just trying to get to like 2009, by the way. That's literally what I'm trying to get to. I'm just trying to get to 2009. Right. Oh, for God's sake. Right. Afghanistan-Iran border skirmishes, like... It's just crazy, dude. It's like, oh yeah, you know, no one here wants war anymore, and it's like... War just comes to Iran. Like... Fucking Afghanistan was fighting with Iran. Like literally at the time that this documentary was made, it was happening. It literally the same year, Afghanistan-Iran clash. You know? Crazy, dude. Just crazy. This is a mad one. The Syrian civil war, Ba'athist Syria, Iran, Ba'athist Syria, Hezbollah and Russia against the Free Syrian Army, Islamic Front. It's crazy that they were fighting these guys are like the fucking guys who took over recently, innit? Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Israel. But this is crazy that they were fighting against the autonomous administration of North and East Syria. This is Rojava. Seems like a bad idea. And then the war in Iraq happened after that. Western Iran clashes between like various different like Kurdish militaries. This is ongoing. Islamic State insurgency in Iraq. Gaza war. Well, it's not a war, is it? It is simply not a war. Mental. Fucking mental. Free Syrian Army or ISIS affiliated HCS, yeah, basically.
Simply stopped hearing. Tehran is a vibrant metropolis, Iran's social, artistic, and educational center. Its university is the oldest, biggest, and most prestigious in the land. It's quite selective. Only about 1 in 10 applicants get in. Here, as in other Iranian universities, students enjoy a higher education paid for by the government. But wandering through campus, we learned that free tuition comes with strict guidelines as dictated by the theocracy. While I hope to find some nonconformity, the vibe here made BYU seem like Berkeley. Compliance raged. Women are perfectly welcome. In fact, women outnumber Iranian men in both universities and in many respected...
Wait, what?
But segregate...
What? Brother, I thought that they killed women. Even though we kill our own women. Tehran University STEM program is mostly women. Yeah, that's true.
Education is the rule. In classrooms, it's men on one side and women on the other. There was no real student union center, just a small commons in each department, with a snack bar for men and an adjacent one for women. Despite the conservative atmosphere, we found students friendly, curious, and willing to chat.
What do you study?
Only for chemistry.
Chemistry, very difficult.
Yes.
For me, very difficult. What do you study?
Chemistry.
All of you are chemistry.
Yes.
So we're learning very much when we come to Iran.
For example?
For example, the people are not angry with America.
Yes. Government has a lot of war to each other because their benefits, but there's no war between people.
That's a very interesting point. So the governments have a difficult time
But the people, if we meet the people, it's like this.
Yes, they're friends to each other.
Yeah, it's like
They
this. I
should
like
be
that.
friends.
Yeah. So for Americans, we're very religious people, but we make the government and the church apart, you know.
It's not common to each other, but in Iran, unfortunately, the religious and the politics is mixed to each other.
Yeah. So this
and it's
is
the main problem.
You think that's...
It's the main problem of, and it's the main point of that distance between people and government.
So you're a modern young woman.
Yeah, of course.
Well educated.
I like to be.
Yeah. Then you must cover your hair.
It's a law in Iran.
It's a law.
It's
yeah.
a law.
Now, I cannot shake your hand.
No, because here is a religious society.
So I can go like salam?
Me too.
I can go salam?
No, bye, Khuda Hafiz. Khuda Hafiz.
Khuda Hafiz. Okay, and I can shake his hand.
Yes, yes.
I'll shake your hand for her, okay? Thank you.
Do you like to take a picture? Do you like to take a picture together?
I would like to take a picture. That's a good-looking hat. Yeah. Yeah, I have a game I like to play with all my new friends. I will go like this. Can I take a picture with you and me?
Of course.
And all of you guys together. So you can go here. Okay. Are we ready?
Yes.
So we'll look into the camera and we'll say salam.
Salam.
We'll say people to people.
People to
People to people.
Iranian women live under strict Muslim laws in public. To a Western viewpoint, the dress code imposed on women seems disrespectful. But according to an Islamic perspective, modesty is considered respectful. In Iran, women's bodies are not vehicles for advertising. You don't see sexy magazines. There's almost no public display of affection. While women can dress as they like at home, in public they wear the chador and are expected not to show their hair or show off the shape of their body. I found their awareness of our camera fascinating. Women seemed to sense when it was near and would adjust their scarves to make sure their hair was properly covered. Local surveys indicate that about 70% of these women would dress more freely in public if allowed. While modesty is enforced, vanity is not out of bounds. In fact, cosmetic surgery, especially nose jobs, is big business here among the middle class. Even though covered up, women expertly utilize their feminine charms. Faces are beautifully made up, and when so much else is covered, particularly expressive and mysterious.
That's a bit crazy.
In Tehran,
That's crazy. That's crazy. I got a couple of people in the chat saying things along the lines of, wild how much MAGA folk hate Iran given it's literally a model of their ideal society because of US fuckery. And it's ironic, the Christian zealots on the right hate Islam as well. They don't see the world they're trying to create is literally the same under a different Abrahamic religion. I would urge people in the chat to remember that what you have heard about Iran and how, quote, oppressive the regime is only as much or less than the oppression that people face under Western governments. It's not Afghanistan. The Taliban aren't in charge. Khomeini is in charge. However, Khomeini is, you know, a supreme leader who is basically fighting imperialism. In the same way that you have heard things about Fidel Castro, in the same way that you've heard things about Stalin, in the same way that you've heard things about Xi Jinping, in the same way you've heard things about, you know, various different governments in South America, Ho Chi Minh, you know, every single Soviet communist leader, you know, the things that you hear about, like, quote unquote, Hamas, Al-Qassam, Sarai al-Quds, insurgents that are like literally just like resistance fighters fighting imperialism. You are going to, you know, come across this imperialist propaganda, like, where they are like, these people are demons, they're evil people, they kill, they rape, etc., etc., they oppress their women, they oppress this, that, and the other, they oppress yada, yada, yada. You know, all of these things are projection. You're seeing a frozen mule? Oh, that's crazy. Why did that happen? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, it's fixed. I don't know why that happened. I'm not unconscious of that, but when they whine about traditional values, what is being described here is very 60s West when it comes to widespread cultural conservatism, restriction of the West. No. I'm not addressing you particularly, Sorka. I'm not addressing you particularly in this. I'm not addressing anyone particularly in the chat. I'm just saying anyone who may still be under the impression that Iran or, you know, China or even Soviet Russia or any other, like, you know, thing that you've heard about from the West. Like, whenever we hear our leaders speak about these other countries, we have to, like, really be critical of what they're saying, because it is in their imperialist agenda and interests to demonize people in these countries, when most of the time it is simply on the same level of oppression that we experience or less. It's very rare that, like, these countries that people are speaking about, people have more oppression. You know, I have no issue with how any countries live their lives, as long as in the case of women, they have the choice to live life on their terms. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's up to the people in those countries to do that shit, right? To fight for those rights. I'd just like to point out their self-righteous claim of being morally more pure than the West is very false once you go to these places in the Middle East. I'd probably disagree. If we're talking about governments and what governments have done, I imagine likely that they're far more morally pure than the USA. You lived in Qatar. Oh well, Qatar is something different. Qatar is like Qatar and Saudi Arabia. You know, these places, these vassal states. Dens of you know, that's not Iran. That's not Iran. Morally, in terms of sex, oh yeah. It's completely decadent. It's completely decadent in Qatar and Saudi Arabia for sure. Like I've like, yeah, I had sex with a guy from Saudi Arabia, and he was telling me, like, you know, even though I'm gay and, like, there's loads of other gay Saudi Arabians and stuff like that, and, like, if I'm ever found out that I'm gay, I could be put in prison for fucking years or whatever. United Arab Emirates, you know, places like that are all, like, kind of similar in this regard. And he was like, people have sex so much in Saudi Arabia, like, it's so depraved. But again, like, this is the thing, is because people are just people. Like, even in Iran, people are going to be having so much weird, freaky sex. It's just normal. It's normal shit to be like that. It's normal to be queer. It's normal to be fucking into BDSM. It's normal to be, like, a slut. It's normal to not be a slut. Like, you know, it's almost like we don't have, like, boxes to fit into as human beings, and we're actually like a chaotic result of you know, some extremely rare circumstances in the universe that mean that you know, life can flourish on this planet, and therefore it does, and life is messy and weird and gross and insane and cute and gorgeous and beautiful, etc., etc. Yada 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 ad infinitum.
Wandering the shopping streets, endlessly entertaining. Dropping into this bookstore and surveying its selection, the Persian passion for poetry became clear.
So this one opens.
There's a silverfish in my gaff. In Farsi, the book starts where our books end.
Is this the beginning of the book here?
Streets were lined with cheap, colorful snack bars and inviting ice cream shops. Each little visit left me with indelible and often tasty memories.
Mandun. This isn't just any ice cream sandwich. Saffron, rosewater, and pistachios. It's a Persian specialty.
But if you really want to shop with style, leave the gritty, intense central area and head to the hilly district of North Tehran. Browsing in its malls and classy shops, you could be in London or Paris. Shoppers who have the money can find nearly anything they like.
Silverfish. Silverfish.
This high-end confectionery shop gives a glimpse of the taste and lifestyles of North Tehran citizens. Cafes in lush gardens like this are the playground of Iran's wealthy, where they let their hair down just a little. The young, privileged, and cosmopolitan manage to be quite fashionable. This scene may be chic, but I heard that the real partying goes on in the privacy of people's homes. Many of these people could afford to live abroad, but prefer to live as economic elites here in the ritziest corner of Tehran. On our way out of town, we visit a symbol of this vibrant city, its Freedom Monument. Dating from the 1970s, it's one of the former Shah of Iran's many extravaganzas. He built it to celebrate the 2,500...
Okay, that fucking finding a silverfish in my gaff means that the fucking damp problem in here is far worse than I thought. I'm gonna have to try and get the landlords to investigate the fucking wall, because I reckon that thing was climbing downwards, but was around the sort of area here where there's like a hole in the fucking plaster. So there's probably a bunch of damp in the plaster, in the wall, in the cavity wall, and the interior walls. So that sucks. That sucks! However, the fact that it's like coming out of the wall might mean that it's looking for somewhere more damp to live. So maybe the damp is getting better. I don't know. Anyway, what did I miss in the chat? Excuse me. Rollings in the walls. Listen, I've had black mold in my gaff and it didn't make me transphobic, okay? I'm sick of people saying this shit. The black mold makes rolling transphobic. No, she makes her transphobic. That's what it is. What am I missing here? Trying to legislate against mammals fucking is as pointless as trying to beat the ocean in a fist fight. Yeah, it's true. Moldemort. Hey, how everyone... oh, yeah. Life is complicated because people are complicated. Yeah. Hey, how everything is black and white today and everything with the world. And people are not one-dimensional robots. They're nuanced and complicated. Correct. Absolutely correct. And guess what? When you have, like, an example of a situation that isn't complicated at all, it's only ever when the powers that exist in our society have desperately tried to exert themselves in the most way possible, and those powers demand that people be put in boxes, like colonialism, imperialism. It demands separation between people. It's why white supremacy exists. It's why the patriarchy exists. It's so that there's men and other, cisgenders and other, straights and other, white and other, right? That's the whole shit. That's why that shit exists. And in places like Palestine, where there is an occupying force, where there is a literal genocide happening, that is the only thing that is uncomplicated. It's uncomplicated because that is where they're trying to exert their force as much as possible. It is uncomplicated that is a crime against humanity. Everything else about humanity, the way that humans look after each other and exist and be and do and live when they're not killing each other, is complicated.
Anniversary of the Persian
oppression and subjugation and imperialism is
came before him.
Uncomplicated. It's very obvious.
Of this society, its design symbolizes a Zoroastrian,
and that's why it kind of demands that everybody adhere to these, like, rigid structures of thinking.
Fire altar, and it's decorated with classic.
So that then it has your consent to operate. Look at this shit. This is so good.
Leaving Tehran was quick and easy with its impressive system of highways. Just outside of town, we dropped by the Great Mosque containing the tomb of Ayatollah Khomeini. He was the spiritual leader of the rebellion that overthrew the Shah in 1979, and Khomeini ruled the country for the next
Alhamdulillah.
decade. Even though the mosque can accommodate up to 1 million worshippers on special days, it's undergoing a major expansion. The work is funded by small donations, mostly from the poor, as they were the people Khomeini inspired the most. This felt like a particularly
Hey, Robert Astronaut Cat.
in keeping with Khomeini's image among his people. Rather than the impression I've long held of a menacing ideologue, here he's considered a sage and a champion of traditional values. After the Shah's excesses and corruption, Khomeini's simplicity and holiness had a strong appeal to the Iranian masses. He did use oppressive tactics, but to the poor and the less educated, the charismatic Khomeini was like a messiah.
Hey, Robo.
The personification of the Islamic Revolution.
I don't care if people joke about J.K. Rowling's mold problem, but as a housing activist and someone with black mold in their house, it's just a bit of a sore spot for me. Like, I know so many people whose lives were ruined by mold, and they're essentially they're landlords, because mold comes from landlords not looking after their properties properly, and tenants fucking getting sick and having their kids having to go in hospital and shit. But, you know, none of those people ever, like, became bigots. But even though their kids ended up in hospital and shit like that. But yeah.
He symbolized deliverance from the economic oppression and Western decadence of the Shah. Khomeini gave millions of Iranians hope. Continuing south on the main highway, the arid vastness of this Alaska-sized country is clear. Venturing up a river valley where water brings life to the landscape.
It's part of the Shoggoth reproduction cycle.
Watching over his flock. The scene could be from 5,000 years ago, when this corner of Iran was part of the Fertile Crescent. A place and time when farming and the domestication of animals helped give rise to the first great civilizations. You get the feeling this could be back.
And we bomb those places. Shut that country up. I got a lot of money invested in this land.
In ancient Mesopotamia. Then we came across the village of Abiana, nestled in its valley.
That is fucking dope. Look at the state of this. This is... Where else are you going to see something like this? By the way, really important to remember, chat, when talking about, like, the US and UK and Europe-backed forces of ISIS and Al-Qaeda, they bombed and destroyed so many heritage, historical sites all over the Middle East. Like, all over Iraq, all over Syria, all over Afghanistan. It's fucking crazy.
The remains of a ruined castle are a reminder of its former importance. Now a sleepy backwater, Abiana is a picturesque example of Iranian village life.
This is fucking beautiful.
Residents weather blistering summers. I'm glad we're here in May. As in small towns almost everywhere, the younger generation is pulled to the big city in search of employment and a more exciting life. Those who remain are old and seem to have an abundance of time on their hands.
Hell yeah.
The few tourists, mostly Iranian, wander through admiring the simple architecture and fine old wooden balconies. For me, the village highlight was meeting its people. With a little translation help, I get a demonstration in the local fashions for men. Along with baggy pants, the town's proud of its unique, gender-specific door knockers. I never considered the value of knowing if it's a boy or a girl at the door, but that's handy for a conservative Muslim woman.
Girl.
Man.
Mart. Man.
Man.
Hota Hafez.
Khuda Hafiz.
Hota Hafez. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. And the main industry seems to be selling dried fruits. Salam.
Real nice cradle of civilization you got here. Sure would be a shame if we founded an infinite growth economy based on petroleum extraction. Yeah, every ISIS story in the mid-2010s was them destroying thousands of years old sites. No wonder Israel finds kinship. Yeah, they love that shit.
Ooh. It's good? What is this? Is this good? How many? Khomeini? Khomeini. I don't think so. No. I'll give you some. Let's see. Let me get. How much? Oh, Khomeini, him. Okay. That one? Okay.
She was saying Benjamin. She was saying, give me a Benjamin, bro, but in Iranian.
Merci. Bye-bye. So it surprised me. They said one Khomeini, and I bought these dried apples with this bill, and it's got a Khomeini on it. So that's what they call the bill for the tourist, a Khomeini. Okay, so Ziba Banu. Nice.
Some beautiful head coverings.
This austere yet holy mosque was dedicated to the Muslim equivalent of a saint.
Look at this, chat, look at this. This is just beautiful. Some mosques in Iran and even in Iraq and various other places all over the Middle East are just like the most beautiful. They've got like fucking mandalas and fractals and shit
holy mosque was
in the
dedicated
roofs.
to the Muslim equivalent of a saint. Inside, two young men who work in a Tehran TV station were attracted to our high-definition camera. This encounter provided an opportunity for a quick language lesson. If I want to say hello, what do I say?
You must say Salamun alaikum.
Salaman alaikum.
Yes.
If that's too long for me, if I want to just say
Yes.
hi.
Hi means salam.
Salam.
Yes.
Salam. And if I want to say goodbye?
Goodbye means Khuda Hafiz.
Khuda Hafiz.
Khuda means God.
Khuda.
Hafiz means keeper.
So God keep you.
Yes.
May God take care of you.
I wish that God keep you.
Okay. Say hi, Dad.
Fucking like white American realizes that a lot of the things that he says are the same that these brown guys say. Like, it's just so funny, man. It's crazy. I mean, look, I had a realization moment of this. Like, I think most white people do, especially like white leftists. And you like hear it, like, you know, you hear like, oh my God, like it's so scary that the Yemenis say Allahu Akbar when you know, they're watching like the bombs, the Iranian missiles land on Tel Aviv, right? It's so scary that they say that. And it's like, you are talking about a people who are so oppressed, who've been oppressed by empire for so fucking long, and you know they're sat there and watching, like, you know, fire rain down from the sky on the evil entity that is genociding their siblings, right? That has been a belligerent in the region for 70 years. They're seeing like, oh my God, incredible beauty is happening right now. Of course they're saying God is greater. Of course they're sat there saying God is greater. Of course they are. Mosul, the second largest city, is now also almost completely flattened because of ISIS, and many young boys and men have to work as trash collectors that are paid pennies. Are you talking about Iraq? Hey, how you doing, David? Good to see you. Yeah, we say God damn it and Jesus Christ all the time. You know, we've got God in our language so much. Most people will know, David. But if you don't know, please go follow the 27 Club. He is a great dude. Why is this not like auto completing? The 27 Club. Yeah. You like my politics, you like my streams, you will love the 27 Club streams. I'm from Iraq, but unfortunately I live in America. Hell yeah, dude, that's right. It is unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear it. I'm sorry to hear it, dude. I personally like how Christians in the UK, in the US, talk about the other God that Muslims worship. Yeah, it's so funny. It's definitely a different God.
Hi, Def.
Definitely a different God, right?
Hey, that's good. That's good.
Iran's main highway slices through the empty landscape, linking the country's leading cities like a lifeline. After a few hours, we reach Esfahan. The city, with 1.5 million people, is a showcase of Persians.
By the way, they forget that when reporting on the US bunker buster attack, and they attacked Esfahan, it's not just a place where they're doing nuclear research. It's a place that has 1 million people in it. It's a city.
Splendor. One of the finest cities in Islam. In the
look at that, it's beautiful.
It's famous for its dazzling blue-tiled domes and romantic bridges. Iranians come here to both connect with their heritage and to celebrate it. I'm not surprised that this city is Iran's #1 honeymoon destination. Along with being romantic, Esfahan is just plain enjoyable. Its main boulevard is a delight, giving the visitor a slice-of-life look at today's commerce. It's a
oh, hell yeah, PvP. That sounds dope.
People watching, as it is for its window shopping. We found the people in Esfahan.
I had a moment when I was learning about China and it finally set in that like 90% of what I know of other countries is just State Department propaganda, yeah.
They were as friendly and willing to talk to us as they were in the country.
Yo, check, look, oh my god, chat, she doesn't have her hair covered. Why hasn't she been killed? Chat, this is crazy. She's got her hair out a little bit. Why hasn't she been murdered? What the fuck? This is crazy, dude.
What is your name?
Lucy.
Lucy.
Your heart is very kind.
Thank you. Your heart is kind too.
I am very philanthropic.
Yeah? Can I take Okay. Hello. Thank you. America and Iran, we can be friends.
I wish.
Oh, sorry, David. Let me just let me hit that up. I got the link. Don't worry.
So
I got the link.
So where's all? Oh, I can see her arms and hers. Wait, those look too tight. I can see the shape of her legs. That's not right.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
I can see. Oh my god, she's smoking and she's got hair.
Bro, what the fuck?
Man. She's got blue hair. What's going on? Fucking blue-haired liberals in Iran.
Bro, this is woke left propaganda, David. You don't understand. You don't understand. I can see through your propaganda, bro. You're funded by woke Iran. You're funded by big Iran. I know Khamenei's got you in his back pocket, bro.
I don't like it. Don't like it. Wait, there's bros.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, check out the bros.
There's bros, man, wearing bro necklaces and bro t-shirts and bro sneakers.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's right.
Retail, that's crazy. I can't believe they got shot.
I didn't know you were on TikTok. Instant follow, dude. Everybody go and follow David on TikTok. You totally should. Let me put the link in the chat right there.
Oh, I saw belly button there. Oh my goodness. Bodacious, I saw that.
You're thinking of this meme? Oh, where is it? Where is it? I can't find it, but there's like that meme of people where it's like, you know, there's like a Chinese citizen and she's like, wait, everything my government told me about your country is true. And the Western guy is like, everything my government told me about your country is a lie. Yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. They just lie. They just lie to us, chat. That's it.
The relationship between Iran and America become good. Dude! Me too!
No, Robo, no one is saying that. No one is saying the Islamic Republic is not oppressive. As I said earlier, everything that you will have heard about countries that the USA and the imperialist nations do not like is basically true for the USA, the UK, places and countries in Europe, you know.
The Chehel Sotun Palace is a vivid reminder that Esfahan was the capital of Persia 400 years ago. With its reflecting pool and fine gardens, the palace gives you a sense of Persia's 16th and 17th century golden age. The portico features 20 slender and stately wooden columns.
Like, if you wanna say the Islamic Republic is an oppressive government, then you have to agree that the same is true for the USA, because the USA, is fundamentally discriminating against queer people, women, migrants. All kinds of discrimination is happening. The USA discriminates against its own people in general by being an uber capitalistic society.
The entrance shows the geometric motif the Persians were famous for.
This is fucking so sick.
Twinkling mirrors lure you
This
into
is
the
so
interior of the
sick.
palace. I was struck by the elegance and grace of
Yep,
Islamic
no
Persia
abortions
at its
allowed,
theme.
bro.
With tender dancers, flowing hair.
Poon Cheese says, didn't the USA vote for that? Isn't it the voters' fault? If they wanted to be inclusive, they could actually vote. What are you talking about, dude? You think that democracy exists in the USA?
And dashing mustaches. The sumptuous richness of this culture comes across in these fine paintings.
It's glazed, that's right.
Scenes in
the
its
USA's
grand hall
fucking
show how around 4 centuries ago, the king or Shah maintained,
reputation is
defended,
glazed
and
to shit.
expanded his empire. Here, the Shah and his troops quell a revolt against his rule by the Uzbekis. Then, defending his empire, the Shah battles the Ottoman Turks with their frightening new artillery and manages to stop the Ottomans' eastward juggernaut. Waging what I would imagine was very high-powered diplomacy, the Shah threw extravagant banquets in this very palace. These splendid scenes.
I do think if people in the USA voted for candidates that wanted good things, that there isn't anything in law that could stop them. No, maybe not. But you're forgetting one thing, one key ingredient that the USA loves to have. It loves to use everywhere it goes, and that is corruption. Yeah? That is corruption and rat fucking. Bernie Sanders was the last Democratic potential candidate in an election that could have been in an election in the United States, the presidential election, who had socialist policies, social safety net policies. Yeah, you work for Bernie. Right. Exactly. So, like, why don't you get this? They rap fucked him at the DNC. They were like, yeah, nah, fuck that guy. We're going with fucking Uncle Bozy. We're going for fucking Corn Pop, right? Like, that's the thing. You got voter suppression. That was the DNC. Nobody should trust the DNC. Yes, a fundamental part of USA democracy. That is a fundamental part of the US democracy. That's what we're talking about. We can trust that democracy would work if we actually united and voted. Yes, if capitalism did not exist. Striking works and unions work. Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. And we should rely on that and a vanguard party. They don't throw people out building. What? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you on about? So it's not totally oppressive. We just like to oppress ourselves. What are you fucking talking about? What are you on about? What do you mean? We just like to oppress ourselves. What the fuck are you talking about? No one is enjoying what is happening in the USA right now. Like, what is your, like, we don't vote, we don't do anything. Right, listen, you just explained it yourself, yeah? You just explained yourself that people in the USA don't vote because they don't have a good option, right? Bernie had, at the very least, social safety nets, like, you know, policies that would have supported the American people. As 27 Club said in the chat earlier, AOC is a great example. Recently, Zoran Mamdani, New York City primary candidate for the Democrats, right? All of these people are going to be suppressed from enacting any real change because of the way that capitalism and imperialism enforces repression within the United States. Yeah? So it's not that people, like, you know, not voting. You know, if you're talking about, like, the last election and the last election results, you are talking about, you know, an overwhelming amount of the US population who were like, oh, well, our government is committing a fucking genocide. And the next government, the other option, want to continue supporting that genocide and also do a fucking genocide at home. Why the fuck would you vote? Why the fuck would you vote when those are the options? Like, what are you talking about? It's crazy, dude. It's crazy that you're saying this. When you, like, if you worked for Bernie, you have seen the way that the state and the state apparatus represses any idea of democracy. Because Trump is worse. Trump is worse marginally. Marginally. It is not an easy vote. And it is shit that there are only two choices. And you've even said here that, like, strikes work, unions work. Right? Trump being worse doesn't make Kamala good, buddy. You are... Oh, sorry, that's Sorka. That's Sorka. I thought you got the same color name in my chat. Sorry. It is shit, but it's easy when it's Trump. No, it's not. Listen. Here's the fucking thing, man. Kamala Harris, her campaign was literally more of the same, right? What happened under Joe Biden's administration? Trans rights were rolled back. Roe v. Wade got fucking overturned. There were more and more migrants being deported than under literally any other Democratic fucking presidency. Yeah? And I'm not just chatting shit here. This is true shit. You could just look this up. How many people were deported under the Joe Biden administration? You can check that out for yourself. It's right there. Google it. Yeah? So it's like, what, more of the same, or, you know, this guy? Well, why the fuck should we vote? Why the fuck should we vote? The game is rigged. There are people out there now who are organizing, who are going, yeah, shit, you know what? Democracy is bullshit in the US. Let's organize. Let's join unions and shit like that. You said it yourself. Unions work. Strikes work. That's what people should be focusing on. People should be focusing on building dual power structures so that, you know, people's needs, material conditions, material needs are basically catered for by each other. You know, taking back the means of medication, taking back the means of production, the means of looking after ourselves. Like, that is the way that we do things in the Imperial Court in order to make things better for ourselves. Like, you know, it's one thing to be like, you know, how did you even start with this? Didn't the USA vote for that? Like, it's crazy to just, like, miss all this material analysis. That is like, the US is the imperialist empire. At the head of the imperial empire, well, it's a bit of a fucking redundant second word that. It's the head of the empire. Yeah? The white Western hegemon that has been controlling the globe for the last fucking 200, 300 years. Yeah. You know, lesser evilism is so fucking insane. It's even more insane that people fell for it, especially people who claim themselves to be leftist. Yeah, there's no fucking thing. There's no fucking such thing as a lesser evil when it comes to the USA. You know.
Seem to show off the very best of Persian life. In Esfahan, everything seems to radiate from the Grand Imam Square. It's one of the largest in the world. Like so much in Iran that prior to
Chat, don't be mean to that chatter.
1979
Don't be mean to that chatter.
the Shah, now it's named after Khomeini, the great Imam, as leading Muslim teachers are called. 2 striking mosques face Imam Square.
Like, okay, if you see me get mad, try not to get mad. Do as I say, not as I do.
The smaller mosque was built for the women of the Shah's harem. Under its colorful dome, lattice windows illuminate intricate mosaic work.
I give leftists somewhat of the benefit of the doubt for being hot on electoralism before 2024 election, but now that it's over and proved that nothing matters anymore, I've seen more of my moderate leftist friends be like, fuck it, burn it all down. At this point in time, we have to, everybody, especially in the USA, like, I cannot get it, you know, and in the UK as well, like, oppression is getting more and more intense in the UK. It is so important for us to organize, think clearly, you know, get structures built, dual power structures that will be able to support us, because at the end of the day, capitalism is collapsing, not just because it's unsustainable, but also because of climate disaster, although climate disaster is a symptom of it being unsustainable. So it will end, it will eventually end, and things will be hard for us, and we have to be there to look after each other, to support each other. That's what organizing is about. I said that in 2016, if they wanted Trump, that maybe at least it would wake people up. It didn't. Yeah, but like, that sounds like you have like a narrow view of like who it has woken up. Because since 2016, at the end of Trump's presidency in 2020 was one of the biggest popular uprisings in the history of the United States, the George Floyd uprisings. Like, you're saying like it didn't wake people up, but it did. People have been continuing to be radicalized ever since then. You know? Do y'all care about climate change? I mean, is that issue important? Yeah, of course. What do you mean? Oh my God, you're not fucking listening. Let him win again, right? You are saying that the people of the USA who were disenfranchised by the fact that the Democrats said that they would literally not just continue to fund a fucking genocide, right? Continue to fund a genocide, but also that they would probably go to war with Iran. They would probably deport more migrants. They would probably do loads of fucking oppressive, horrible shit. And you're sat here being like, you let them win. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Fight for Kamala, but you badmouth her because Gaza is the only issue. Gaza is not the only fucking issue. Are you dumb? Are you fucking dumb? Kamala never said that. She just couldn't say stuff against the person she was literally working for. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Harris says we'll end Gaza war in final election appeal to Arab Americans. With the clock ticking, Harris risks losing support of Michigan's 200,000 strong Arab Americans who denounced the U.S. handling of Israel's war. In a closing pitch for the presidency of the United States, Democrat aspirant Kamala Harris has promised to end the war in Gaza. Campaigning in the swing state of Michigan, home to Arab Americans, Harris, 60, on Sunday tried to reach voters disgruntled by the ongoing genocide. She went to one state where the majority of people were like, ain't no way, yeah, ain't no way that we're going to vote for you because of the way that you have been with Gaza, right? And then, you know, listen, here's the thing you have to remember, Poon Cheese, right? If you are sat here saying, you know, she went to one place to say this, to try and get votes. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. And you are saying again, like, the people let Donald Trump win. Right? When you have like a choice between genocide away and also at home, or genocide just away. Yeah? Like, you're being presented with like an insane choice. And not to mention, Trump was lying, as he always does. And unfortunately in the USA, there is a huge problem with critical thinking and understanding, and not just that, but also like memory shit, because of the unfortunate situation of schools in the USA. Right? The incredibly unfortunate situation where people are very uneducated and they just believe stuff because they think, oh, this guy in power, he's going to end the war in Gaza. Trump was saying this same shit. He was saying the same shit as Kamala Harris. He was like, yeah, I'm going to end the war in Gaza. He's still sending him $500 million every fucking month, every week. You know, it's all lies from fucking everybody, because all that matters is American imperialism. That's all it is. It's not about like the American people let Donald Trump win. The American people are sick to death of being lied to and didn't fucking vote. Overwhelmingly didn't vote because there was no choice for them. Big Beautiful Bill would not have been passed under Kamala. You cannot say that. You cannot say that. There is every chance that if Kamala Harris would have won under the low voter turnout that happened, that the Republicans would still control the fucking House. It's daft to say that just under Kamala, the Big Beautiful Bill wouldn't have happened. So many things happened under Joe Biden. I've literally just explained to you so many different things that the Democrats could have codified when they were in power. She could veto it. She could have, shoulda, woulda. But we're here now, aren't we? Do you know what I mean? We're here now. So now what? What is your plan for the next 4 years? Tell you what, let's move on from this. Let's move on from this of who's right and who's wrong. What's your plan for the next 4 years? Tell me that. What are you going to do?
The Imam Mosque, one of the holiest in Iran, is both huge and beautiful, with the elaborate decoration typical of Persian mosques.
Anyway, look at this chat. This is so beautiful. Also, hi, Ingo Bar.
It has exquisite tile work and was constructed in the early 1600s. That's about when Bernini was redoing St. Peter's Basilica and Europe was in its Baroque age. Its towering facade is as striking as the grandest cathedrals of Europe, but Islam forbids images. Therefore, rather than the carved statues you'd find decorating a Christian church, a mosque...
You're helping your friend run for Congress, is that it?
...has decorative designs and script. This creates a visual chant of Quranic verses praising Allah, or God. Locals believe that the color pattern of the tiles, light Turkish blue and dark Persian blue, is calming and contributes to spiritual healing.
I cannot understand your way of thinking here. You are like, American people voted for fascism. That's so stupid. I can't believe they did that. Oh well, I guess I'm going to try and help my friend get into Congress. Like, you're like, this system is bad and it doesn't work. So I'm going to like continue to participate in it. I'm going to continue to try and make it change.
This mosque's cantor is happy to demonstrate the splendid acoustics of its 17th century dome.
Okay, cool. You volunteer for DSA, SRA, fight against Nazis protesting in your state. Cool. Right. Well, listen, here's the thing, Poon Cheese. We are good. As long as you're doing that shit as well, we're good. I got no problem with you. I think you're wrong about the way that you understand how, the electorate works in the USA. I think that you got like a bad read on that, a bit of analysis. I don't think that you're a fucking terrible person. I'm sorry for shouting at you. It's frustrating for me to have these conversations because I cannot understand why people just do not get that the game of electoral politics is rigged. It's whoever has the most money in this world who gets to control what is happening. Yeah? It's not an easy choice. You cannot sit there and be like, it is an easy choice between the Democrats and the Republicans, right? I'll tell you what the choice is for most people. Most Democrats, most people who voted Democrat in the last election are more than happy for a genocide to take place as long as it happens over there. And they don't have to look at it. The only reason they did not want Trump is because then they would have to see a fucking genocide with their own eyes in the country that they live in. That is the only difference.
أشهد أن مولانا أمير المؤمنين علي ولي الله.
We're here, it seems, with much of Esfahan for Friday prayers. Filled with thousands of worshippers, the mosque comes to life. This scene struck me as similar to a church service back home. Sermon, responsive reading, lots of prayer, lots of getting up and getting down. But there are perplexing differences. Women worship in a separate section. Soldiers stand guard among...
Yes, that's exactly what I've been trying to say. Kamala Harris having a shit set of policies to run on meant that it was her fault that she lost the election. She could have easily had at least fucking something in her manifesto to be like, yeah, we're going to make the lives of American people better. You know?
Among the worshippers, a reminder of the tensions within
But she
today's Islamic world. And the seemingly innocuous yellow banner in the background proclaims death to Israel. This disturbing...
What? That's so crazy. That's so crazy, chat.
Banner in the background proclaims death to Israel.
It's like the way I'm just trying to think, like in 2009, how busy was like the AIPAC lobby in 2009? Do you know what I mean? That's crazy, dude. Instead, we got a rapist, so thank God Kamala lost. Are you joking me, dude? Do you not remember this? Like, you're like, Poon Cheese is like, yeah, we got a rapist, so thank God Kamala lost, when your last president was also literally a rapist. Are you joking me, dude?
This disturbing mix of politics and religion apparently results from a deep-seated resentment of Western culture imposed on their world. Esfahan, as a religious center, is an ideal place to try to better understand complexities like these.
Officially, this is the...
Did I just say our last president, by the way? Did I just say that? Because here's the crazy thing, dude. I'm fucking British! I'm fucking British! And even I can see this shit! It's crazy!
The Islamic Republic of Iran. It's a Shiite Muslim theocracy. There's no separation of mosque and state. The Constitution does allow for other religions as long as they don't offend Islam. A major concern, Muhammad, who came in the 7th century, is considered the last prophet. That's why Sunni Muslims, Christians, and Jews are tolerated, but Baha'is, whose prophet Baha'u'llah came in the 19th century, are not.
Tara Reid, who fled to Russia to spew propaganda. Okay, see you later, pal. Yeah, come back in a week. Yeah, fuck you, dude. Think about what the fuck you just said, dude. Think about what the fuck you just said. Tara Reid, who accused Joe Biden of sexually assaulting her in 1993, fled to Russia to spew propaganda. Sure, maybe Biden is a rapist, but he hasn't been accused and convicted. So what? Loads of fucking rapists don't get fucking convicted. What the fuck are you talking about? Holy shit.
Tolerance? To a degree. Religious freedom? Well, let's put it this way. If you want to get anywhere in Iran...
Oh, it only fucking matters when the conviction goes through and the jury says guilty. Yeah, it only matters in that fucking regard. Are you fucking for real? Nah, that guy's banned forever. That's a permaban. That's a fucking permaban. Get fucked, dude. See you later. See you later, dude. Holy shit. What the fuck is wrong with American liberals, man? What the fuck is wrong?
Your government. You better be a practicing Shiite Muslim. Iranians are predominantly Shiite Muslim, not Sunni Muslim. Struggling to understand the difference, I asked our local guide, Mr. Syed Rahim Batai, to explain. So, there are more than 1 billion Muslims on this planet. Some are Sunni, some are Shiite.
He might, Robo, he might.
Difference is very simple.
Or they might. I don't know what their fucking pronouns are, whatever.
Prophet Muhammad. And it was the beginning of 7th century. And it was over the succession of the Prophet Muhammad. Those people who believed in Ali as a successor of Prophet Muhammad and also his descendants were Shiite, became Shiite. And those people who didn't believe in this system, we call them Sunnis.
All the different Christians have one Bible. What about Shiites and Sunni?
They have got the same book, same holy book. It's called Quran. Same verses, same writing.
Good Sunni, good Shiite.
Is that true as well? Yeah, Trump only has a civil charge of rape. He hasn't actually been convicted. This is the thing. Even getting shit wrong. Even getting fucking shit wrong, man.
Do they both go to heaven?
They both go to heaven. That's the same for Sunni and Shiites. There are only minor differences.
I can't believe that this conversation started with like, oh, the USA voted for oppression, so that's their fault. And it's like, okay, at that point, I kind of knew that that was fucking dog shit. I knew it was a dog shit take, right? But also I was like, maybe we can like talk some sense into this person. But to end with, Tara Reid is a Russian asset. Are you for real?
But these differences seem
I can't
small,
believe.
But still, many people
That's
are dying.
the way that
I
went,
read
dude.
in the news, Sunni fighting Shiite. Of course, Protestants have fought Catholics, and many people were dying. Today, in Islam, Sunni and Shiite are fighting. Why is that?
Just consider that many nations have fought each other during the course of history. Not all of it has been because of
This is great. I love that this is the content that I'm coming back to after that. Yeah, no, not Tara Reid from the 90s movies. Different Tara Reid. Different Tara Reid. You know, I love that this is what we come back to after this like horrible fucking chatter, where like this American is being like, Protestants and Catholics used to fight, and you know, but now Shia and Shiite and Sunni Muslims are fighting, and it's like, yeah, but he just goes, remember this, American, many things have happened. Listen, white boy, over the course of history, there's been many things.
In Islam, Sunni and Shiite are fighting. Why is that?
Just consider that many nations have fought each other during the course of history. Not all of it has been because of religion.
But there's so much bloodshed between Sunnis and Shiites. In the 1980s, 1 million casualties between Sunni Iraq and Shiite Iran. Why do they fight and shed blood when the differences seem so small?
Because it wasn't a religious war. It has got nothing to do for being a
These are
Shiite
not the
or
prompts you're looking
That
for,
was
yeah.
a territorial thing. And also ambitions of a dictator, Saddam Hussein.
Economic expansion, nationalism.
Liberally conservative. Hello, welcome to the
Some
stream.
help from superpowers. I think the best example for the people in the West to understand these matters between Shiites and Sunnis.
Yeah, it's like this stuff never happened. This stuff never stopped. Thank you for the follow. The Protestants and Catholics are still fighting in Scotland and Northern Ireland. It's crazy to think that that's just stopped, bro. That's wild America brain. This is the most traveled American, by the way, as well. I hope that guy that got banned watches the videos you recommended. Which videos did you recommend? Wait, what? Hey, Lucas Orson, what's going on? What videos did you recommend? Oh, Innuendo Studios. Destiny in the neoliberal mind prison. Yeah.
Is this example of England?
Wow, crazy that Muslims aren't a monolith. That's crazy, dude.
Whatever the root causes, religious or nationalism, the Sunni and Shiite Muslims share a bloody past, and the conflict continues. Like cities throughout Iran, Esfahan has a cemetery dedicated to the estimated 200,000.
It's crazy that 2 billion people aren't the same.
In a religious or national war is called, of the Iran-Iraq War. All the portraits and all the dates are from the 1980s. Today, over 2 decades later, the cemetery is still very much alive with mourning loved ones. While the United States lives with the scars of Vietnam, a generation of Iranians live with the scars of their war with Iraq, a war in which Iran, with 1/4 of our population, suffered many times the deaths. It's traditional in Iran to picnic at the grave sites of lost loved ones. We met 2 families who each
That's pretty
lost a
cool.
son in the war, sharing a meal. They first met here 20 years ago and became friends. Their surviving children married. And they...
This makes complete sense. This makes complete sense to me. I've always thought it's so sad going to a gravesite, you know, from someone that you love and just like sitting there and like crying and like that's all you do. This makes so much sense. Make it a joyous occasion to remember the memory of a loved one who was lost. This is beautiful.
Memorial meals together here at the tombs of their lost sons ever since. Esfahan's sprawling covered bazaar still serves the community as it has for 1,300 years. It functions like a big shopping mall.
Hell yeah.
Pick up the basics
That's right,
of everyday
Lucas.
living. For me, it was a great opportunity to get a lesson in things uniquely Persian from merchants who perhaps had never met an American tourist. Tell me, what is this for? Many colors.
This is 7 spices.
7 spices.
This is cinnamon, is curcuma, ginger.
Yeah, that's right, liberally, yeah.
Red pepper, is coriander, and this muscat. Is mixed together in like this. And mix in here.
Okay. This is a pirate.
Yeah, we're learning all about that.
For chicken or meat.
Oh, that takes me back to dinner last night. Yeah.
Very delicious.
So when I have a meat dish in a restaurant, I will have this spice.
Yeah.
All mixed together.
Yeah, mixed together.
This is saffron.
Yeah, this is saffron.
Can I taste a little bit?
Yeah. Is it?
There are some people who are like allergic to saffron. Coming within like a meter of this fucking bag would like kill them. It's crazy.
Very good for body.
For the I bet.
Yeah.
Am I bet? Huh? Like a vast department store, the bazaar has different sections. The countless gold shops are a reminder that for locals, especially the women, gold is a solid way to keep your wealth. It's considered a hedge against currency devaluation and inflation. And it's dazzling to wear. Traditionally, women here wore their personal savings in the form of gold bracelets. Another local treasure is so typical of this land that the words just fit together. Persian carpets. We're dropping into a shop for a little lesson. Persian carpets go back 2,500 years and have a rich tradition. There are 2 types.
Used to have one of these at my mum's gaff.
Nomadic carpets, such as this one made by the Qashqai tribe, have an improvised design, so each one is unique. They always have a geometric design, are made of lamb's wool, and use organic colors.
You'd get mugged if you went to Surrey wearing this.
Carpets can be made of wool and or silk. They're based on a predetermined design and usually have floral patterns. This one, made in the Ayatollah Khomeini's city of Khomein, took one master weaver 14 months to complete. With a combination
maybe
of skill,
like Croydon,
tradition, and the finest materials, Iranians believe that
you and I know
Persian
Surrey
carpets are the best
in a different way, my friend.
Straddling its river, Esfahan is famous for its marvelous bridges.
Yeah, it's crazy. 40 months.
17th century, and between those bridges, stretching for 6 miles on either bank, is a much-loved city park. This is where families and friends gather over a pot of tea or a box of sweets.
Fucking shisha! Yo, listen. I used to inhale shisha. I didn't know that you weren't supposed to do that. At all. I thought, yeah, man, this is just like a big cigarette. It's just like a big Middle Eastern bong, innit? I just used to be like, fucking inhale that shit. And turns out it's the same as like inhaling cigars.
Families and friends gather over a pot of tea or a box of sweets.
You're just supposed to like taste it.
Here on the riverbank, I was struck by the tranquility of the scene, filled with people who seemed to be thoroughly enjoying life's simple blessings.
What do you mean they just shag each other in our story? What are you on about? Who's they? Who's they? What are you on about? Soccer.
I love it in the last hour day when everybody's out.
Some people, sure, dude.
Down to the riverbank. You know, all over Europe, you got this passeggiata, paseo.
I thought hookers were for the green.
Didn't expect to.
I did get high with a shisha. Like we did put like fucking resin on it. So that definitely happened, but I then learned that you're just not supposed to like inhale. I thought that they put tobacco in it. It's crazy.
You find it here in Iran, but boy, they've got it. I don't know what the word is in Farsi, but they've got the paseo. Like the paseo, it's a social scene filled with young men and women and families enjoying the moment. Any interaction between men and women seemed very discreet. Still, even with the constraints of dress and behavior, I sensed a confidence and youthful vitality. To me, these young people felt like the future of Iran. They had a modern sensibility and seemed well educated. I have many.
That guy that just walked past there.
Youthful vitality. To me, these young people felt like the future of Iran. They had a.
This fucking Guy Fieri motherfucker. Oh, dude.
Modern sensibility.
People cannot escape the chokehold of like this style of shit. American t-shirt, just like Nashville written on it. Nashville. Got the chain, the big aviators, spiked up, gelled up hair.
Well educated.
His girlfriend is fucking sick of that shit. And it's 2008. I know. Oh my god, educated brown people. This is crazy, dude. It's crazy how that works.
Curious about Iran. What can you tell them? What message would you give to my friends?
Your friends? About people?
About the people in Iran, yeah.
The people in America.
Yeah? That's good to hear. Because we want to understand the people of Iran, and if we...
He nearly said we love the people of Iran, but then was reminded about the fucking hordes of millions of hogs in America who are just like, yeah, fuck those slur, insert slur here, you know what I mean? That's fucking funny as fuck, dude. He stopped himself so quick. He was like, we want to understand.
We can make friends. It's a good thing, I think.
Yeah, he's great.
Do you have friends that you come to see on the river?
On the river? No.
No.
We just come here with our families.
Okay. Might you meet a boy down here?
No, we don't meet a boy. Usually.
Where do you meet a boy?
Imagine going up to an American and saying the same stuff. They'd just be like, we hate you, brother. We hate you, brother. I mean, they might. I mean, I don't know. Not every like American would say that shit. I mean, I imagine it. Do you know what? It probably would be more likely that they would say a similar thing. I thought that this was the bit in the documentary where I seem to remember there's a bit in the documentary where he speaks to people and they're like, yeah, we love American people, but the government is crazy, bro. the government is crazy and the government's always like trying to blow us up and shit. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like fucking like Americans would say that the same shit about Iranians. I feel like a lot of Americans would actually just be like, yeah, you know? Could be. But they would have like the weird twisted imperialist idea of it. You know?
Someday you must meet a boy.
Okay, we will meet a boy, but we are not supposed to find a boy.
You're not, oh, they find you.
Okay, yeah, they find us.
Really? How does that work?
Okay, it really works.
Does it work okay? Yes. So you have no worries about this?
No worries.
That you'll be happy?
Yes.
That's good. I hope you're happy.
Thanks.
Very nice to meet you.
You too. Same here.
He's very wholesome. He's the most wholesome, the most well-traveled American.
As the sun goes down, the people of Esfahan also gather in
I've had people in Europe ask things like, aren't you afraid to go to the movies or outside that you'll get shot? I mean, I think that about America a lot. I thought that about America for a long time. You know? I was like, how the fuck can you even just like live in America? That's crazy. And I dated a couple people from America, and I was like, how the fuck do you just like get about knowing that like someone could just be insane and have a gun? But then it's like, it's the same kind of thing of like, you could kill anyone with anything, right? You could kill someone with a knife, you could kill someone with like a fucking shoestring or whatever. It's just like a gun is just like a specific tool that is definitely for killing a person, right? And, you know, that's also like a thing that could happen in the UK. Of course, it's like far more likely in the USA for like a mass shooting to happen. Like mass shootings happen all the fucking time, right? Like that's obviously like the biggest fear. I feel like if I went to America, I would just try so desperately to just avoid like huge gatherings of people, like town squares, malls, stuff like that. I would just do my absolute best to like never go to any of those places.
Imam Square, as if to savor the beauty of their city at twilight.
That's right, Morrigan. That is so beautiful. Chat, I have been streaming for 5 hours. 5 hours. Please consider giving me money. This is currently my only form of work. I would very much like help to pay my bills, to support me, etc., etc. Please consider subbing off Twitch using the link to my PayPal in the chat, or also becoming a patron. If you don't have the money to support me, don't worry, you can go and like and comment and repost my go live tweet either on Twitter or on Blue Sky, or you can also go to my socials at my link tree and choose any one of those and like and comment and subscribe on any of my content, and that will help me out immensely. So please consider doing that. If I get another £15, we can get the cat cam on. There's the boy. He's right there. He's being really cute at the moment. You won't be able to see this angle particularly, but he's like curled up and sort of like he's got his like paws a little bit in a little bit of a cute position. So there's a preview.
At the edge of Esfahan, on a windy bluff, stand the well-worn remains of the Atashkadeh fire temple.
Yeah, I get that, Alejandro. Yeah, for sure.
The eternal flame.
It depends what you look like, innit, in America, yeah.
Monotheistic religion, Zoroastrianism, burned from this mountaintop temple.
Yeah, he's like a tribble, yeah.
Which predates Islam by over 1,000 years, is a reminder that Iranian or Persian culture goes back long before the 7th century advent of Islam. The earliest Persian kings were Zoroastrian. This medallion symbolized humankind finding enlightenment in the one Zoroastrian god. The religion had 3 essential tenets: right thinking, right saying, and right doing. And today, in this predominantly Muslim society, a small Zoroastrian community still survives and worships freely.
Heading further south, I was impressed by the stark beauty of the countryside. Much of Iran is a high...
Bro, what are you talking about? Fucking like, you're on about this? This is not a mud hut. This is an ancient temple. This is an ancient temple.
Survives and worships freely. Heading further south, I was impressed by the stark...
But you're right. The rent is too high in London, and you should join London Renters Union.
Beauty of the countryside. Much of Iran is a high plateau. In fact, during our entire visit, we'll never drop below about 4,000 feet. Each rough roadside town we pass gives an insight into workaday Iranian rural life. This village offers a glimpse at a busy bakery.
I never really knew much about Zoroastrianism.
Business is brisk.
Other than Freddie Mercury
mini production
followed it.
Reveals that good
or his family did.
Is still the staff of life. The fertile river valleys still grow grain as they have for ages. And using technology from the days of David and Goliath, a farmer slings a rock to frighten the birds off his barley. And just across the stream stands a...
Even this fucking bridge is like so pretty, dude. Like,
frighten the birds off his barley.
It's just like the way that the bricks are arranged. It's just like really pleasing to the eye, even though this is like clearly fucking ancient, you know what I mean?
And just across the stream
this is crazy.
Stands a caravanserai, a roadside inn going back to the Middle Ages in the days of Marco Polo. Iran served as a thoroughfare for the legendary Silk Road.
Yep, you're right, Lucas, yeah.
It was a 5,000-mile-long trade route connecting China and Istanbul, the gateway to Europe.
Yeah, first ever monotheistic religion, Zoroastrianism,
every 30 miles or so, that would be a day's journey by camel, there was a rest stop, providing a safe and secure overnight for the caravans. Seeing the shafts of light swirling with ancient dust, it's easy to imagine.
300 portrayed Persian tolerance as a bad thing. Yeah, that's because Zack Snyder's a fascist. And like, he was like, yeah, the Spartans are so cool. They're so cool and they're so based.
Imagine the smell of cook fires so many centuries ago, and the cacophony of sounds as travelers took shelter within these walls.
Ultimate dude bro movie,
I find these
yeah.
caravanserai evocative. Imagine this fortified complex.
Yeah, they weren't gay at all.
For the night, complete with restaurant, good place to park the camel, market, entertainment, and a great place to catch up on the latest news.
Did he just say like place to park the camel? Do they have camels here in Iran? Sure, maybe they do. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too fucking critical.
Farmer's field atop a cliff sits the ruins of an ancient city. Iran is dotted with weathered remnants of its rich history. Many of these bits of its ancient past go back 2,000 years to the age when silk and other treasures from the Orient began arriving in Europe. Today, the Iranian government recognizes the value and the fragility of its heritage, and it's working to preserve it. A couple more hours to the southwest is Shiraz, a booming city of over 1 million people.
That's where they make the wine.
Another center of Persian culture, Shiraz is a sophisticated city. Its impressive citadel with fine brickwork survives.
Yo, look at
this
that.
This was the capital of Persia 200 years ago.
Yo, that's sick. Bro, when you like look at this, yeah? Look at this. You see that, yeah? And it is just like so mint. It just looks so good. And then you look at like British fucking castles and they're all like falling down. They're all just like falling down and shit. And just garbage.
Shiraz is famous as the home of beloved Persian poets. Perhaps the two greatest were Hafez and Sadi, who lived here centuries ago. Gardens sprawl out from the poets' tombs.
With that blue dome.
Provided to ponder the mystical brilliance of these prophets of love. Even in our rushed modern world, Iranians take time to slow down and be meditative. Friends and families gather here
Yeah, I think we could all learn something.
Hafez, who lived in the early 14th century, is entombed beneath...
Some Welsh castles are pretty intact. Yeah.
His lyrical poems are noted for their beauty.
Carnarvon Castle's great.
They draw upon themes of love, mysticism, and early Sufi teachings.
Am I thinking of Carnarvon?
He is revered, and his poetry is still enormously influential on the Iranian people. The tomb of Sheikh Saadi has a similar impact on people from all levels of Iranian society.
Yeah.
Writing in the 13th
century,
he drew from his extensive travels and interactions with people from all walks of life. His words still...
Yeah, this one's pretty sick. Carnarvon Castle's pretty sick. The Scottish ones as well. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, all the ones that are, like, not English.
Stir the souls of Iranians.
سلسله موی دوست حلقه دام بلاست هر که در این حلقه نیست فارغ از این ماجراست گر بزنندم به تیغ در نظرش بی‌دریغ دیدن او
Edinburgh is essentially built around a castle, so even England has one good castle. Wait, is that some kind of Scottish joke that I don't understand?
یک نظر صد چمنش خونبهاست گر برود جان
Oh, I think about that every day, Middle-earth Marxist. Don't you fucking worry.
دوست‌تر از جان ماست
This is Rick.
Nice to meet you. Visitors
Yeah, I heard about that.
into Iranian homes as honored guests. We've been invited into a fairly wealthy family's home for dinner and a look at the modern domestic scene. Their home is as contemporary and up-to-date as you'd find anywhere. Because we're here with our camera, the women are dressed more conservatively than they would be if they were just here with their family and friends. Time and time again, we experienced how, in Islam, visitors are considered a gift of God and treated as such with generous hospitality. And tonight, that includes a wonderful meal.
This is called Iranian kebab. This is the chicken.
So this would be lamb mostly?
Mostly lamb.
Oh, do you say bon appetit? Is there any word like that?
Nushajan.
Yeah, Nushajan.
Nushajan.
Yeah.
It's the same as bon appetit.
I'm pretty sure I've had most of that scram before.
Filled with fish, kebabs, 2 kinds of rice, eggplant, and tomatoes. You understand, you're listening.
I've had the rice dish here. I can't remember what that's called.
The conversation's as lively as at any home I've visited in Europe.
Well, that's what people say. If you really want to eat well in Iran, make some friends.
And dessert came with a surprise.
Hey, look at this. Happy birthday to you.
It's his birthday? What the fuck?
Mohammed, thank you. Oh, you guys.
Puff the candles.
Puff them out. Yo! Oh, Mamnoon. Mamnoon very much.
Right, tell you what, chat. Since I didn't get any donos, I will be happy with, 7 more subscribers on this channel. Yeah, go. I know there's 7 of you in here who haven't subscribed. I just know that there are. Yeah, I want to come back in 10 minutes and this has got to 100. Yeah?
An hour's drive.
All you have to do is click the button, and that will make me so happy.
From Shiraz,
that would be so beautiful. That would be so beautiful, Alden.
Access to Persepolis, the dazzling capital of the Persian Empire.
Could you click that button for me? Could you click that button for me, Alden? That would be so beautiful.
And his son Xerxes the Great around 500 BC. This was the awe-inspiring home of the King of Kings for nearly 200 years. I'd always dreamed of visiting Persepolis, and it didn't disappoint. For me, this is the most magnificent ancient site between the Holy Land and India. The vast complex is a series of royal palaces built on a massive elevated terrace. At the time, Persia was so mighty, no fortifications were needed. Still, 10,000 guards served at the pleasure of the emperor.
I want to give this up by earning local currency. We get paid once a month.
Dignitaries from the...
You can sub whenever you like. If you can't sub now, don't worry about it. But it's free to subscribe here. You could just go to this channel and click it, and it's free, and it will make me so happy, so very happy.
The 28 nations subjugated by Persia entered "We're not worthy" style to pay their taxes and humble respect to the emperor.
There it is. There's the channel. Go do it.
Inscriptions from 500 BC say the same thing in 3 languages. Essentially, the king is empowered by God. Submit totally to him for the good of Persia. All nations can live in peace if you are compliant.
Great work, Alice.
The Palace of Xerxes is called the Columned Palace because it once had
Proud of you.
72 columns. The uniquely decorative Persian capitals recall the distinct power and pride of this civilization. Imagine its immense roof, spanned by precious Lebanese cedar, carried all the way from the Mediterranean. It was under Xerxes that the Persians
Oh, I hate one who reads. It doesn't work for you?
Pillaged Athens in 480 BC.
Wait. Will this work? Hang on.
Next to the columned palace is the throne hall, marked by its distinctive collection of mighty doorways. The throne hall was used mainly for receptions for military commanders and representatives of all the subjugated nations of the empire. The frames are elaborately decorated.
Lucas, thank you so much for the sub. Absolute legend. And is he gonna recognize that? Oh, you just gifted a sub to Goblin Hugger.
Evocative.
Thank you for gifting a sub to Gobs. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Appreciate you.
Throughout the ruins of Persepolis.
When you tap it, it doesn't open YouTube.
Climb the same steps we do, bringing offerings to the king. Lions, a symbol of might, represented both the king and the power of the seasons. In this reoccurring scene,
you have a nice beard. Thank you very much.
Symbolizing spring, killing winter, and bringing new life. Then, as today, Iranians celebrated their new year on the 21st of March, the first day of spring. The figure on the eagle's wing,
thank you, PvP.
Zoroastrian faith,
Legend. Legends only.
Came from Ahura Mazda, the Zoroastrian god. Imagine this place at its zenith, the ceremonial headquarters of the Persian Empire. Coming here, you have high expectations. Being here, they're exceeded. Iranians visit with a great sense of pride. For an American, it'd be like having Monticello, Cape Canaveral, and
yeah, copy and paste the link into another browser.
Magnificent sight. Gigantic royal tombs, reminiscent of those built for Egyptian pharaohs, are cut into the adjacent mountainside. The scale of Darius and Xerxes' tombs is intended to dwarf the mere mortals viewing them. Each comes with huge carved reliefs displaying their battle prowess. Even today, 2,500 years after their deaths, they're reminding us of their great power. As history has taught us, no empire lasts forever.
Yeah, copy message. One who reads. Copy message and put it in your browser and see if that works.
See, Persepolis was sacked and burned by Alexander the Great.
Yeah, it's funny as fucking it, Lucas.
Who turned the tide against the Persian Empire. Ending Persian dominance, Alexander spread his Greek culture all the way to India.
Yo, Fighter Jet, what's going on? I'm still live, but not for long, dude.
Ever since.
Oh my god, I've just seen it. It's fucking 20 past 12. That's crazy.
Iran is an ancient and proud land with a rich culture. Traveling here, it felt like a paradox. Its contradictions difficult to understand. While our governments may be at odds, the people we met were consistently curious, generous, and friendly.
It's almost like we should just like get rid of governments. I don't know, man. Crazy. Crazy to think that.
I found that
governments are the problem.
There's a tension between modern and traditional, liberal and
7:20 here, yeah, in the evening.
Religious. Maybe we're all just.
Yeah, I should have stopped streaming like an hour and 20 minutes ago, but we've been really enjoying this this documentary, just learning about Iran.
Struggling to defend the moral fabric of our respective societies. I've been wondering to what extent the USA-Iran tensions might be explained by caring people on both sides motivated by love and fear. And the flip side of fear is...
Wait, what?
Extent the USA-Iran tensions might be explained by caring people on both sides motivated by love and fear.
By caring people on both sides.
Societies. I've been wondering to what extent the USA-Iran tensions might be explained by caring people on both sides motivated by love and fear. And the flip side of fear is understanding.
I don't understand what he said. What does that even mean?
I came to Iran a little nervous. I leave impressed more by what we have in common than by our differences. I've overcome my fear by getting to know the Iranian people. Granted, there are no easy solutions to the problems confronting our two nations, but surely getting to know this culture.
People are afraid because they care. Yeah.
I'm Rick Steves.
Guess so.
Happy travels. And as they say here, peace be upon us.
Alhamdulillah, brother. Mashallah. Yeah, there you go. There you go, there you go, there you go. Right, where are we up to on this? Well, you know what, chat? It's possible that you're all subscribed to this YouTube channel. It's possible. I did get a sub, yeah, that was good. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. But the more subscribers I get on this channel and the more engagement with my videos, the more that people will be like, oh, this guy's streams look cool. I should go and watch his streams. And we build the revolution from there, chat. That's how we do it. Anyway. Thanks for trying. We'll get there next time. Chat, thank you so much for all the other support that you've given me today. Thank you for just being here. Really appreciate you all being here. Thank you for the donos. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the subs. You know. Really, really appreciate that. We're gonna do the standard thing that we normally do, which is go and raid somebody. I really appreciate you all still being here and supporting me despite Alice McGee. Thank you so much for the sub to It's Sportsy. Thank you so much for subbing, gifting a sub, and thank you so much for supporting the stream. Really appreciate you. Really, really, really appreciate you. Yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for being here and returning to the stream and watching, despite my very, very long absence and, yeah, coming back in my time of need. I really, really appreciate it. You are the backbone of my content. Just being here is quite possibly the most important thing that you can do. So I really appreciate that. And, yeah, let's check out Fighter Jet with the 2 gifted subs. One to Ingo Bar, one to Silence So Long. Enjoy your gifted subs. Thank you so much for gifting subs. Thank you so much for subbing. And thank you so much for the gifted subs. Appreciate that, Fighter Jet. Thank you, thank you, thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. And I'm probably going to have to get on designing some more emotes, you know. Because, I'm pretty lacking in emotes, not gonna lie. Excuse me. Alright, who are we gonna raid? Yada 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 yada. Who do we got? Who do we got? Who do we got? Who do we got? What's this person saying? I'm just checking out this one channel that, like, because really I don't want to just, like, raid Hassan, right? But this person raided Red Planet the other week. And I don't know, I don't really know too much about him. Wait, Strong Bad Eagle is streaming. She's doing some gaming. Let's go say hi to Strong Bad Eagle. She's playing Paper Mario. Yeah, we're not gonna fucking raid Hassan. He doesn't need a fucking raid. We're gonna raid Strong Bad Eagle. She's great. You'll enjoy her streams. She's fun as fuck. Chat, I will be back tomorrow. Same mule time, same mule place. We will be looking at some brain rot tomorrow. We will be looking at some content that is going to make us mad. What was the documentary you watched called? Here you go. There's the link in the chat. Rick Steves' Iran from 2009. Get that link in the chat there for you. Yeah, please don't forget to check out all my socials. Please don't forget to consider becoming a patron, etc, etc, etc. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for being here. I'm out. Peace, everybody. Mwah. See you tomorrow.